Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. How we doing this Sunday, everybody? So this is going to be totally crazy. Let me just make sure we got all the tech in the way we want to do it here. Okay, we got that. Sounds like we got music. My friends are like texting me being like 11 hours. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Yes, the answer is totally crazy. All right, let's talk about what we're going to do here because this is going to be totally amazing. So we've got Lego Minas Tirith. Let's open up a. I mean, I like my POV camera here, so this is nice. Can we do this? Yeah, there we go. There, that's what I was looking for. Let's make this over there. Snap to it. So, Lego Minas Tirith. 8,000 pieces. It's not the largest Lego set ever made, but I think it's single-handedly the largest Lego set in my collection. We could check that, but we'll check that some other time. 8,278 pieces. Now, we've tested my speed building many times, and what we seem to consistently find is it's about one bag per 10 minutes, or about 120 parts per 10 minutes. I like to simplify that and call that 800 pieces per hour. So at 800 pieces per hour and 8,278 pieces, we're looking at 10 hours here. Of course, I need to be sane, and I also need to be functional for the rest of the week. So kind of the way I think we're going to do this is I'm going to keep going for 55 minutes, and at the end of every hour, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, have a full glass of water, a couple of big chugs of energy drink. Oh my gosh, all my friends are messaging me like, what's wrong with you? 10 hours, this is gonna be a great time. I think we could do it. I really think we could do it. And at 5 o'clock Eastern, I'll probably take like a 20-minute break just to literally go touch grass. I have a fun touch grass like loading screen set up. It's gonna be phenomenal. It's gonna be a great time. I'm obviously just, oh my gosh, this is great. We've got YouTube chat is working. We've got Twitch chat is working. Guys, we're going to have a great time together. Well, we've already burned 3 hours of daylight, so let's get started with our warm-up build. We've done so much new tech for this stream. It's going to be great, guys. Okay, so I want to go over here. Bada beep, so social, and then let's get right into the POV. Boom! Look at that. So you can see behind me now, new tech. We got the instructions. We got Minas Tirith loaded up right there. Again, we want to make sure everybody knows exactly what's going on. Oh, it's over there. We can't see it. There we can kind of see it. Minas Tirith. Let's put these over to the side. So, our warm-up build today, this is the gift with purchase for Minas Tirith, and it is dGrond. I love Lord of the Rings, how the orcs, like, name their siege weapons. So this one was dGrond, it's the wolf. Also, fun fact, in Amazon's the Rings of Power series, there was the orcs, and they had like another catapult, and they named it, and I don't remember what its name was, but when I was watching that and I saw that they named it, I was like, it's adorable! Even the baby orcs 5,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, also named their stuff. All right, let's get this gift with purchase opened up. So the instructions for this gift with purchase aren't even on Lego.com yet. That's how exclusive it was. Although I don't think it's out of stock. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure if you have the, 600 or 650 US to below, you can still go on to Lego.com and get Minas Tirith and get this gift with purchase. I hope I'm not wrong about that. Yeah, so the instructions aren't even online yet, so I'm going to have to do them live. Guys, I'm literally, like, shaking. I've had, like, a triple shot espresso, the better part of one energy drink. Like I said, we could do this in 10 hours if we're fast, but I mean, heck, it's going to take half an hour just to sort the bags in the main Minas Tirith build. But I think, so it looks like no stickers for dGrond. That's definitely great. This is going to be great. This is going to be great. So let's see what we got here exactly. We're probably going to go through so most of my playlists are about 40 minutes. So we have our Medieval Siege playlist or Medieval Battlefield playlist. We're definitely going to get tired of that. So once we get to Minas Tirith, I'm honestly probably going to cycle through all the playlists. But yeah, I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm vibrating. I'm literally vibrating right now. It's crazy. Both because like the set is so cool and also, like I said, just an absurd amount of caffeine. This might be I think it's probably an RIP good luck in terms of getting any sleep tonight. That's all right. We'll just siege our way through the night. At some point it'll start to be, I guess, you know, like making sure I'm well hydrated is probably going to be a pretty big and important part of getting through this as well. So, yeah. Yeah, no, the best part is, like I said, we're going to have a touch grass break right at 5 o'clock Eastern. It's going to be really funny. I'm just going to literally run outside, touch some grass, and come back. It's going to be a great time. Oh, and also a food break. Maybe at 4 o'clock or something like that. We'll see how we're doing. Everything kind of depends on how we're doing. So Grand here is about 307 pieces. So historically speaking, 307, that's about, I don't know, that'd take me about 20, 25 minutes maybe. So let's see what we got here. So I've already seen some really, really cool stuff online about like this set and what people are doing with it. And as I start to actually be... did I mess something up? Did I already make a mistake? Is that possible? No, it's just a little weird mirror build. I've seen some really cool stuff about sort of how they marketed and released this set. I mean, so if you've seen any of the promo videos, they're pretty good. LEGO did a good job. You know, you've got like Denethor eating the tomato, stuff like that. But apparently, oh yeah, no, this is gonna be no, it's not a mistake yet. But I don't tend to make too many. But it kind of depends on, you know. Like I said, I'm shaky, I'm warm. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. We'll get the 911 ER button up on the stream here. No, I'm just kidding. But apparently, if you were in a LEGO store as a member on, I guess this released, if you have a LEGO account, it released on like midnight Sunday into Monday. So let's call it Monday the 1st. But if you're like the general public, which, I mean, it's not like it's that exclusive to make an account on LEGO.com, but if you're the general public, it released in stores on Thursday, I think. And if you were in stores on Thursday, they did this really cool thing. Actually, I'm not sure if you had to be in stores or if you could be there on Monday, but whatever. When they released this in LEGO stores, they had like a, so they obviously had Grand. They obviously had the set itself, which, by the way, the set is 27 pounds. Like, my front desk was like, and I was like, I got this. Don't worry about it. Plus, you know, of course, getting some other LEGO parts as we're going there. So if you were in the store, there was like a free build, which there was no, I didn't see any like press about this ahead of time. They just kind of surprised us with it. But it was siege towers, which is really, really cool. You know, because like in the movie you have Grand, but you also have like the orcs like rolling up the siege towers up to the battlements so they can like, you know, try to like climb on over the walls. And there's some really cool scenes with that. And there were like at least 2 different builds of the siege towers that you could do if you were in the store. And I'm like, what the heck? That was cool. But the bright side of that is kind of like with Grand here, there aren't really any like there weren't any exclusive pieces in those 2 siege towers, so you can actually just order them from, you know, Lego.com using more or less all the same, like there's no exclusive parts or anything. So you and I and anybody who's watching this stream, I've seen a couple of places where like they have the instructions, and pretty soon somebody will digitize the instructions and put them on Rebrickable, and then we can all go and get ourselves some siege towers, which I think is pretty cool. Did I get this right? I'm trying to learn where to, like, you know, put my hands so we can actually see this stuff. But it's a little tricky because my instructions are down here instead of on my screen, which they usually are, which is a lot faster. Okay, so this goes like that. Wait, was I supposed to do this whole thing 2 times? No. Oh, I see what we're doing here. Okay, yeah, that was actually a mistake. Oh, boy. We got to lock in. We got to lock in. All right. Let's peel that off. So I think what I was probably supposed to do was, yeah, just get one of these, put it like that. Then we'll do the same thing over here. Jinxed me. I was like, that wasn't actually a mistake. Oh, no. Okay, this is actually really technical, because what they're doing here is they're making Grand out of, instead of any specialized pieces, they're just using a bunch of really, really small and intricate pieces to kind of recreate the build, which is like, all right, just making me mess up here. So that should be correct. So I'm going to lay this out like so. Put that one in here. How How on earth can you connect these? Okay, so this connects here, and then this goes down. All right, so that's going to be pretty sturdy. We got it. And we'll do the same thing up here. We're going to bend down this cross. And again, the reason they're using these hinges here is because, you know, Grond is articulated, so hypothetically we're going to have some degree of movement. Some degree of movement here. So let's do this. One. Man, I was like, oh, this is going to be so easy. I can, like, literally babble about what they were doing with the siege towers on release, and then immediately Grond starts messing me up, and we haven't even opened Minas Tirith yet. I'm like, oh, boy. It's going to be a long, long day, y'all. But we'll make it work. We will make it work. Or it'll all end in disaster and I'll, you know, like rage quit after a little while and go touch some grass, which that's healthy too. We can advertise that. Also definitely gonna have to turn my AC up. It's kind of warm over here. U.S. East Coast. It's been getting steadily warmer. But the problem is the AC actually pulls out of this room and over to another one. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Okay, so what we're kind of doing here, again, we're sort of making the stability. I don't know. All right, so now we're going to do this twice, and this time we're not going to mess that up. While I'm doing that, so yeah, so the siege towers. So you could go into the store and you could, for free, as an activity to like celebrate the release of this thing, you could make one of the two different siege towers. And then like take it home with you, which I think is like super cool. And I actually kind of like that they do stuff like that without like announcing it. So, you know, it's not like the siege towers got like scalpers or anything. I mean, probably Minas Tirith got some scalpers, but the point is anybody can go online and order the pieces and make those siege towers, which I think is pretty cool. And I will definitely be doing it. However, funny enough, while I don't have those ready to like, you know, build and show for the stream, not too long ago, at the end of last year, I guess, LEGO actually released one of the Bricklink designer program sets was like the medieval castle battlefield, which actually included like every siege weapon ever known to man. And on my Instagram, I actually have a pretty, and I've updated all this recently, I've got like a small video clip of like me like messing around with the different play functions that were in that medieval castle battle weapons starter pack thing from Bricklink designer program, and one of them is like a trebuchet, which is super cool because I like play with the trebuchet and load the boulder and like hit my computers. It's great. Very funny little clip. But another one of them is actually a siege tower. Okay, let's get this right this time. So again, we can start to see we're clearly like making the foundation for this battering ram, and then the actual battering part is gonna hang down from it. And this time it looks like I did not mess it up right away. So that's pretty exciting. So there we go. We got 4 legs, can already stand. So this is going to be pretty big. This battering ram is pretty big. So I was talking about the trebuchet that was in that Bricklink designer program siege nonsense starter pack. But one of the other siege weapons that was in that Bricklink designer program release was actually a siege tower, which honestly is more detailed and looks better than the 2 siege towers that were buildable if you showed up on release day for Minas Tirith. Let's get this built here. But what's cool is they're about the same size. So when we finish the build, if we manage to like succeed in getting some time back, I can actually like pull out that siege tower and place it up against Minas Tirith. Now this is going to be funny. I think if I'm estimating the size of Minas Tirith right, it's going to be literally about the height of my upward camera that we have in the top right there. So as we start building up the layers, it's going to be a long day. It's going to be the tower is going to be growing, but like I said, now we have like an extra motivation to finish up on time, which is like we kind of want to see if we can stack up the other siege tower and kind of get a sense of what it was like to be in the store for release day. All right, so now we're starting to play with some Technic pieces here, which is obviously in anticipation of having like the swinging part of the catapult. So almost missed a step there. Go. Okay, so why are we pulling these together? That feels... So we're actually... Interestingly enough, we're actually going to put these pieces under a little bit of strain, which I'm very surprised to see LEGO do in an official set. If you look really, really carefully here, as I start to put in this is a 7 beam, and I line it up, the gap is actually a width of about 7.5. Look on the right there, I'm not fully covering that circle. But when I put it in, we're making up about a half a stud worth of distance. And I know I didn't make a mistake here because there's no extra pieces with which to do that. So we're putting this under a tiny bit of strain here, which is very interesting to me. I'm trying to see if there's any way I'm wrong about that, but I don't think I am. And again, you don't typically see parts put under strain in an official LEGO set, but I've seen some articles suggesting that it's something that's happening with a little bit more frequency lately, because putting parts under strain can sometimes create more interesting outcomes for the set itself. So we got 3 extra pieces so far. I've got my bowl of extra pieces. We'll take a look at the end of the stream just how many extra pieces there's going to be by the time we're done with this all, which I imagine it's going to be dozens and dozens of extra pieces. So, let's see. Bag 2. Now, we don't have those environmentally friendly bags that we've been talking about a lot here. We have just the good old plastic. We'll see what happens when we get to Minas Tirith itself. So next up, we built sort of the frame for the catapult there. We built dGrond's frame. But the next thing that we're going to do is we actually need to build the battering ram part, which when I look at my little preview and my instructions here, it's funny because it kind of almost looks like a little alligator on the ground for right now. But as we start to put it together and the pieces take shape, it's going to kind of look like dGrond is a wolf. It's going to take like a wolf kind of shape. And then we'll get to test out the play function itself. So set that aside. That first bag took us about 11 minutes, which is kind of exactly what I said, about 1 bag and 120 pieces per 10 minutes. So far we're off to a good start. But like I said, we are sacrificing our first 20 or 30 minutes here just to do dGrond. So I don't know if we'll have to be very careful about energy levels and time and everything. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be totally crazy. Also, you guys are welcome to, as we get going and as we get folks into here, you're welcome to post in the chat, talk about if you're thinking about picking up the set. Like, again, I'm not doing anything particularly technical here, and I tend to sort of dominate the chat when I'm like doing fun and interesting things. But no, we're just building the set, guys. We're gonna have a good time. So we're all probably gonna learn a few things while we do it. I've already seen a few posts from content creators who got free copies of this set early, which my god, sounds amazing. Couldn't be me. But I've seen some people like doing fun stuff with it, including apparently it's really, really easy to take probably exactly this piece that I'm putting together right now and add like a light brick to the front of dGrond, so when he goes choom and when he hits the castle wall, he lights up, which I'm like, that's pretty easy. It's literally 1 piece. So speaking of stuff that we'll look into maybe ordering, let's see. Where's that white brick? So this is here. This is here. And this can then go like that. There we go. And they do one of those things where they have the check yourself 1-to-1 scale, so you can line it up. I don't usually have to do this, but we did get it. actually to get it. They were very concerned that you put that piece of the wrong spot, which I actually did, but I caught it before they told me to check it, so feeling pretty good about that. There we go. So I'm finding this build already very interesting because, like I said, this battering ram body really does kind of already look a bit like a wolf, which makes sense. And actually, funny enough, I feel like I'm starting to recognize some of the building techniques with sort of all these side bricks that you can fill in and make the wolf bulkier. They kind of remind me of what LEGO did with the LEGO Twilight, the Cullen House set, where they made the werewolves. I actually guess in Twilight they're actually not werewolves, they're like shapeshifters, but they made like the shapeshifter wolf brick built instead of, you know, making like a specialized mold, which would have cost like the value of the entire set. It's brick built and used a lot of techniques that look kind of like this. Okay, so that's like a little foot, so we can stand up and there's a little foot. And yeah, if you look at like my background there, it kind of looks like we got a little wolf standing up. So we'll keep filling in the side of the body here. And we kind of have a loose idea of sort of what the techniques are that we're going to use to fill this thing in. I don't want this one. I want this one. A bunch of little pieces. So we already mentioned this is probably the largest set in my collection by piece count. Again, we'll check that when we're switching over to put up the instructions for Minas Tirith itself. Far from not quite the largest that LEGO has produced. Definitely top 20, possibly top 10. There's some pretty big Ultimate Collector Star Wars sets. And then there was the 10,000 piece set, the LEGO World Map. And then actually just in the last 2 or 3 days, LEGO released a new largest set ever, which the world map was kind of cheating because all it was little 1x1 pieces like this guy that we've got here on the camera. But this next largest set is Sagrada Familia, which is in Spain, I think. And it's fun. They did a really good job. They timed the release of that to be matching sort of the dedication of that church, of that chapel after like 120 years of construction or something like that, which I'm like, that's a pretty cool opportunity, pretty cool marketing opportunity. But I also think it's neat because, you know, it's real world. It's not like a licensed thing that they have to pay licensing fees for, which means it's a cheaper set for any of us. I talk a lot on the channel about how I pretty much exclusively only pick up minifigure scale sets, which saves me from a lot of different brands. The Flowers, the Ultimate Collector series, and some other stuff. But, so I won't be picking up Sagrada Familia, but I think it's cool because it's like 2,000 pieces more than the world map, but instead of just these little 1x1 pieces, it's actually like real. It's like a bunch of different types of pieces. It's just got an absolutely massive, massive presence. So the foot for this wolf. Again, it's really funny. I literally feel like I'm building a brick-built animal, building that Twilight wolf instead of the body of a battering ram here, which is cool. It's very source accurate in that sense. Okay. I think we're doing, so we built 4 legs. He's got his little feet that he can sit on, very cute. And now I think we're building the jaws. We're building the crusher itself. So yeah, great marketing move with the Sagrada Familia. That, I mean, if we use my rate and we look at how long that would have done for somebody with like my speed to do on stream, I mean, 800 parts per hour, and that's basically 15 hours of building, I think. That would be a long stream. So again, doable in a day, but like I really kind of wanted to sort of physically and emotionally prepare myself for the stream. I've had a very fulfilling weekend. I got to see a bunch of folks who I like. I got to take care of the house, do my cleaning, put away Lego sets, all the stuff you have to do to keep it from overtaking your life. But then also this morning I got to have, you know, like a nice exercise, a nice workout. So my body is not feeling, I mean, it will be by the end of the day, but right now it's not feeling like I'm just a static hobby enjoyer, shall we say. So I'm feeling okay to go for a while. Now this is a new piece for me. It's a corner. It's a 1x1 like pyramid tile, but it's pointing in one direction. It's a brand new piece for me. I actually can't tell. I guess they want it to point upward like a snoot. A wolf snoot. Kind of see that. Camera does a pretty good job of zooming in and holding still for a second. Connect this up. So there's the snoot. You can see that it's got some fire. So graphic alien, that would probably take me 15 hours. This is extremely inscript. I mean, you say free set for purchase, but these gifts with purchase, they know that these have a draw. So here's a perfect example. Around this time last year, Star Trek The Enterprise came out, and I really actually wanted to get that set. I thought it was pretty cool, and Star Trek is a pretty iconic franchise, and I kind of grew up watching the Next Generation, not like chronologically like we watch stuff on Netflix now, but sort of just catching random episodes every once in a while on TV. So I was like, okay, this is pretty cool. And Star Trek The Enterprise came with a gift with purchase, which was a minifigure scale like escape shuttle. And that escape shuttle was about the same part size as dGrond here, maybe even a few pieces smaller, 280 or something like that. So from a parts per piece count, that's worth maybe $20, but that thing sold out like overnight. Let's hold on. We got a big moment here. We're putting dGrond's head on. Pop. So there you go. We got our little wolf, our little almost alligator shaped wolf here with his little snoot piece, and then all these are going to be more extra pieces. But we're not quite going to connect this yet because we got to get to bag 3. We're crushing it on time. We're at exactly 10 minutes per. Well, I guess it's like 12 minutes per bag or something like that. I probably wasted a few minutes waffling at the beginning. So that thing sold out like immediately. So parts per piece ratio wise, it'd only be about $20, but realistically you have to account for the only way to get that was to buy the set. So here's our second orc here, or goblin. You had to buy the Star Trek set, which was I think $400, and it's one copy of that per $400 spent. So the marginal cost of that thing is like, well, if Star Trek had 0 resave value, that would mean the free set was actually $400. Now Star Trek does have a resave value, which for a little while was even higher than $400. But right now, it's the point is the value of that gift with purchase like surged up to like $100, $120. I haven't checked in a while because I was so annoyed at having missed it. So in my case, typically when I come on here, I talk about getting sets pretty late. I tend to get sets like, 6 to 9 months after they first come out. I get them on Amazon. Ooh, no, evil, I know. Because Amazon will eventually have just about every LEGO set for 20% off, which probably excludes this Lord of the Rings Minas Tirith. I've been watching for Rivendell to get discounted on Amazon forever. It's never been discounted. Maybe it will. It still hasn't retired yet, but it's rare. But most sets are going to have that discount. So I'm happy to wait. I got a long backlog of LEGO, and I'm planning to tackle this year on stream with you guys. But for the most part, I'm generally happy to wait. Now our alligator's getting filled out here. That's pretty cool. Like, again, I would like take this guy down and play with him, right? But we're going to load him into this battering ram instead. But when you do that, you miss out on the gift with purchase. As we just said, the gift with purchase can go to like 6 times its value. So that's actually exactly why we're here right now. Is I said, dGrond doesn't really have any exclusive pieces, but these orcs, they're actually on the broad scale. This was a relatively sillier gift with purchase for me to rush, but I just thought it'd be kind of fun to build it on stream with you guys. So we have it. We have Minas Tirith, the first weekend that it's out. We have dGrond here, who we're building. We have the gift with purchase, and I'm not going to have to pay 6 times the value of free just to pick this up at some later date. Like hypothetically, maybe I'll consider doing when I'm older and wiser with that Star Trek shuttle. So, and in the end, I actually didn't end up buying the Enterprise because I was like, I'm almost more interested in the shuttle than in the whole big ship. So it's like, felt like it was foolish. I think we're making the tail here. So we have it. So it all kind of worked out. But yeah, it's intricate because, like, you know, there's a lot of love into these gift with purchases. The gift with purchase for Sauron's Fortress Barad-dûr, which came out maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and I did get, was a Nazgul on a ring wraith, and that was really, really cool. And I really enjoyed building that gift with purchase as well. Actually, that would have been really cool to show with this tower, but you know, it's put away. So let's see. I know we're about to finish up this guy here, so I'm like trying to. Okay, so that tells us where the angle of the tail is. Again, our alligator is getting longer and longer. The more long he goes, the better he's going to be as a battering ram. Now we're giving him some nasty-looking claws. This is an interesting way to build the claw build. We have one of these triangle pieces, one of these Triforce type things. Put this in. Is it supposed to be on top? Yeah, I guess so. Focus on this for a second. Putting the scales on this thing. I'm really happy the YouTube chat is working today, Galak and other folks. Like it's been a while since I've been able to have that actually working at the same time as the rest of it. So it's a nice change. Okay, this time we're putting the stud on the bottom, and we're putting all 3 horns in instead of just 2. Not sure what's so different. Not exactly sure why I mean, this distinction I'm talking about is so subtle that like you guys probably can't even see it. But I guess it makes the thing a little bit more front to back symmetrical. Point is, now the wolf has claws. And these claws, again, it's like it's all to improve the battery. This thing is actually, I mean, I think I've got a pound of Lego in my hand here, or half a pound or something. So, like, as far as battering ram capabilities are concerned, this is pretty serious. I could probably use this to knock down We'll have some fun on Instagram with this later this week, kind of playing around with how much battering ram power this guy has. So here's some fire that we're adding. Again, dGrond, like, his whole thing is he's got flames coming out of his mouth, so he not only breaks through the wall, but also hits it with fire, which I'm genuinely not sure if that's a more effective way to make a battering ram or not. I'm not a siege weapon engineer, but seems like couldn't be the worst. So again, here's our flaming wolf. This is a really cool build. Love this, but no exclusive pieces here. You can hop on and get this for 20 bucks or so. I'm sure somebody's going to make a brick list of all the parts for it. And now we're going to actually make the battering ram mechanism, although it's pretty obvious we're just going to have something that swings through this right here. Let's put our super cool wolf off to the side for a second, and there, he can be menacing us. Let's see what they want us to do. So here's the front. This is a pusher, probably, like so. Then we'll probably have one on the other side so it stays even. Pop over here, basically do the same thing, and allow these two. Next question, do they connect or not? So we have a gap here, but that is because this is the wrong spot. Take this back out. Technic builds, gotta watch very carefully. Cool. And I'm surprised that we didn't put dGrond in here before we connected this, but maybe there's a chamber that's going to link up. Or maybe that's a, I guess that's like the technique that we just built is sort of a track that the wolf can sort of sit on and slide into. Okay, yeah. So now what we're doing is we have these pinholes on the side. I'll wait for the camera to focus. There it goes. We have these pinholes. We're going to actually put these chains onto those. And he's right side up. We'll take an initial look at how he works before we attach, I guess, what are the wheels down there. Doesn't have quite as much oomph as... Oh, no, I mean, it's hefty. Like, it's got a nice jiggle to it, which you can see on the camera there. Oh, yeah, okay. All right. So now I think we just need to put some wheels on. Yes. 8 of them. So you can roll this up to the castle and unleash it. We'll give this a test on the walls later. With a little luck, they'll have made, like, you know, like a breakable gate that you can actually have the two sets interact with each other. I think that'd be cool. That's what I would have done if I was the designer. But what do I know? Okay, so put these wheels on the outside. I will say the siege weapons that were included in that sort of medieval siege encampment set were very tactile. Like they all actually more or less worked using the same principles that the source siege weapons worked on. So I thought that was pretty cool. I guess dGrond here does as well. Okay, and then for this, of course, we have to add some spikes and make it nice. Oh, so menacing. Super menacing. On there. That's the build. Clean up these extra pieces, put them to the side, boom. And again, with the camera angle, you can really see how jiggly he is there. What you can do is you can load this back, and in he comes. Now, I would not say that he's got a lot of oomph to him. I can already almost think of ways, you know, if they would have allowed us to let this wind up a little bit farther, like so. I mean, it'll break the build, but nah. It's all right. It's all right. It looks great. As a play feature, it's fine. For display, it's really going to be excellent, and I'm looking forward to showing it up against the wall. It looks cooler than it works, but it definitely looks very cool, and I really, really like the actual wolf piece himself. And I do have a little lever here that I can do a little bit of this on. So I guess the point is, unlike the weapons in the medieval siege encampment, this one does not work on the same principles of the real thing, which would have been where these chains would have been more load-bearing, and he could have wound it way up and he could have gone. This works more like a typical Lego play feature where I can manually bring him forward. So it's kind of cheating as far as the actual mechanic, but for play purposes, it's totally valid and looks super cool. And yeah, I'm immediately thinking about getting that light brick to put it in there so he kind of lights on fire when you smash with it. But the shaping is excellent. So there, let's put our orcs here riding alongside. It's not an easy way to do this, actually. I guess we can do something like that. There we go. There's one. Put the other guy back here. And that's dGrond. So there's our warm-up and a neat little build. So, you know what that means. We got 20 minutes till the top of the hour, but it's time to get Minas Tirith. So I'm actually going to go ahead and take my break right now, and then we'll go for an hour 20 for it before the next tiny little 5 minutes. So what these look like, just so you know I'm sane, let's see. So I'm going to pop up, do a couple jumping jacks. Where's my finger counter? Pop up, do a couple jumping jacks, full glass of water, tiny bathroom break, full little bit of energy drink, and we're gonna be right back, and we're gonna get this set going. See you guys in a hot second. Whew. Okay, so they did the thing with this set where the box itself is actually so huge. What's going on here? That they split it up into 3 different. Oh, I see. Everything's all messed up because I've got the AC running on now. That's fine. That works for me. They split it up into 3 different sort of sub bags or whatever. Presumably, at some point, it'll stop and the instructions will stop trying to attack me. But it's kind of nice. I'm not quite so hot, so I'll let it go maybe for the next hour 20. I mean, we're just be doing our thing. We'll be fine. So they split this up. So this, let's make an estimate here. Oh, you know what? I also want to let's go ahead and restart the medieval playlist. Boom, there we go. So, like I said, this is probably the biggest Lego set in my collection. I don't know if the previous biggest set I had was possibly Barad-dûr, Sauron's Fortress. Wait, did I grab the wrong one? Well, this says 3, so I think I grabbed the wrong box here. See, it's numbered 1, 2, 3. You can't quite see that. Let me get the right one. Here's my social. Okay, I learned something two very valuable things there. Number 1, AC running means I'm getting attacked. But number 2, let's flip over to that nice aerial view here. Here's the box. So these boxes are so nice. This is number 1. They show you sort of the section you're going to work on, and actually their top details. Can I show this? I think I can. These 3, oh, that's beautiful. It's just absolutely intricately detailed, and these 3 little mini boxes actually form a little scene there. Like I feel like I'm actually even going to have to keep these subsidiary boxes. Now the cool thing about the fact that they did this way is if you had you could have 3 different people. Why am I not on camera? It's because I'm doing that one. You could actually have 3 different people working on this set, all building different parts of it at once, cutting the build time down from whatever we said we're going to take, probably 10 hours. It would have been 10 hours if I wasn't lollygagging at all, but we had to build Grond, and we had to, kind of fumble about a bit. Cutting that down from, 10 to maybe like 3 or 4. So, you could, get your wife, your kids, your husband, your boyfriend, whatever, depending on what kind of fan you are, and everybody could be working on this at once, which, honestly, that's super cool. Not super friendly for streaming purposes because you're all going to want to be in the same room, but definitely pretty neat. So let me get this out of the way, but I'll keep talking to you guys while we do this. So I have these beautiful boxes. The set is split up into the 3 components, and each one of these boxes is going to there we go. I'm going to have so much cardboard that so I guess instead of, let's actually, this gives me an idea here. So I'll just duplicate this, and I'll call this sorting and talking off cam. paste. And then I can here text. I guess that text is integrated into the image, but at some point I can fix that. So here's our big instruction pack. Get that out of the way because we'll be using digital instructions, which I probably will check if I need to replace the battery or anything, see how they're doing. And then we have all this over in my bottom right. We have all these bags. So the question is, how many bags? Here's my pop over to social again. The question is, how many bags this set is actually going to be? When I built Barad-dûr, which I haven't checked the part count on Barad-dûr in a little bit, but I feel like I want to say Barad-dûr was about maybe 6,000 pieces, something like that, and it had 40 bags. And I think I built like the first 10 bags in one day, and then I built like 20 more bags over like the course of a week, just doing them from time to time. And then I built like, and then I remember I had like a grand finale push where I built like a bunch of bags. I keep moving dGrond out of the way here. And I just lost an orc. So we got to remember that that orc went flying back there. He thought he could fly, but the fact was he was actually not a Nazgul or anything of that nature. But that's okay. We've all got delusions. So I get these bags sorted. Here's bag number 1, which I'm definitely going to need. 11, 12, 13. So it looks like it's about 20 plastic bags per box, which would imply this is possibly going to be as many as 60 different plastic bags, which is just absolutely a totally huge amount. 60 is definitely more than 40. 8, 9, 3, 10, 16. That right there, which is going to be a nice. You guys can't see what I just did, but there's actually a little channel back here. I guess you could see it best on this. Behind here, there's actually like a 1-foot cube crawl space, which the cat likes to go behind. But I was like, since I'm going to be streaming literally for 12 hours or 11 hours or such, I was like, we'll just have the cat out of the house for today. No need to be neglectful. And also no need to have, we just finished a tower and the cat emerges from the crawl space and boom, off the bags go. Okay, I think we've got everything here. 9, 10. So we've got 18 total bags in this round. Flatten these. Is this out of the field of view? Not quite. A little bit right. So many bags. It's so many bags. Okay, now we can see. Next up, I gotta get my instructions up. So like the boxes, the instructions here, even digitally, are gonna be divided into 3. So I'm gonna open that up. Page fit. Cool. We are not out of battery. Minas Tirith, City of Kings. You can actually see, hey, that's kind of cool. It's kind of cinematic behind me there. Just like that. You only read this stuff once. So, the role of Minas Tirith in the conclusive battle for Middle-earth, name that video game, sometimes overshadows its glorious 1,000-year history. When Pippin and Gandalf first arrive, the once so noble realm has fallen into dire disrepair under the stewardship of the fatalistic Denethor. Driven by an impending sense of doom and self-pity, he gorges himself on grotesque meals rather than fulfilling his duties. Even so, neither the Nazgul nor Sauron himself can diminish its architectural splendor. Solidly built into the White Mountains, Minas Tirith soars with 7 concentric levels of stone, crowned by the Tower of Ecthelion, a 300-foot beacon whose pinnacle reaches 1,000 feet above the plain. After the War of the Ring ends, Minas Tirith once again stands as a symbol of hope and prosperity. Gandalf says here the hammer stroke will fall hardest. And let's see what the display team has to tell us. We'll kind of summarize this. It starts with a sense of awe that we started working on models built on popular themes, including with vast realms in the Lord of the Rings film trilogy. This is inspired by the Bigature model created for the Return of the King, so they stayed close to the movie version's storytelling and structural details. We created a hybrid scale model using a forced perspective building technique. And right off the top, I'm going to tell you guys, that's what's so cool about this set. When I first heard they were going to do Lego Minas Tirith, I was like, how are they going to do this? Because you need minifig scale at one point, and then you want to be zoomed out. So a lot of us were afraid that they were going to have a display model that was super, super zoomed out. And that was going to be that, you know, just like a little shelf model. But no, they used a hybrid scale, so the further up you go into the model, the further zoomed out you are. And yet somehow it still looks really, really nice. Let's see here. The outer wall is built for Lego minifigures to interact with, while the 6 upper walls, guys, we're going to be here until sunrise, are built progressively smaller for dramatic effect. You can place the characters into the iconic scenes, both on the top layer and inside. However you display it, there are a myriad of details everywhere, and you can remove sections of the model for even more versatile display options. You're about to pass into the realm of Gondor. The board is set, the pieces are moving. Let the building adventure begin. The gates of Minas Tirith. The Great Gate on the first wall faces east and serves as the city's only gateway. It opens into a paved courtyard. Oh, we have an interior scene here. The meeting point of the North Way, South Road, and the road to Osgiliath. Each of the 7 levels is protected by its own wall and gates. These gates are placed at angles to one another, creating a zigzagging path that leads upwards through the city, rather than a straight ascent, a hallmark of Minas Tirith's defensive architecture. In this model, the gate can be detached, so that newly designed minifigure characters of Gandalf, Pippin, and Shadowfax can make a dramatic entrance through the gate and alert Denethor of Sauron's threat. Guys, let's build. Put my keyboard somewhere, because I'm not going to need that for a little while. And I'm not going to wait right off the bat. I'm going to go ahead and open up these extra pieces here, or they're not extra. They're pieces that aren't reserved for just one individual bag. This is so many plastic bags. If it's really like 52 or 54 bags, I'm gonna have to like empty the plastic trash at some point, or at least go grab a second trash can. This is crazy. So 7 levels plus an outer gate. It's gonna be a lot of building. And we're right at 2 o'clock now. So we basically spent 1 hour getting set up, making some additional comments, and of course building Grond, which is something that we couldn't possibly ignore. There we go. This is, I guess, cardboard technically, so we'll put that on the side there. Bag 1. And let me reset my timer. As a spoiler for later, you didn't see that. Bag 1, 120 pieces per bag, 54 bags, 11 hours, 10 plus breaks. Let's do this. Imagine we get like multiple hours into the build here, and then suddenly there's like a crazy section, like all the little tiled rooftops that Rivendell is infamous for, where it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna perish now. looks like right off the bat, as you would expect from any... what's going on? I want this one. As you would expect from pretty much any time where we're building a building, rather than, you know, something like a Star Wars ship or something like that, we're basically going to start off by making the foundation. So we were talking about building that gate there. It's going to take me some time to kind of get organized with the flow of how this is set up. My building space is a little bit compromised because I have literally 19 more bags spread to each side of me. There's our first mistake, literally 5 steps into the model. That's okay. Point is that we catch it right away, not that it doesn't happen. See, you could see those couple extra sips of energy drink, and I'm like, woo, let's go. Something that's going to be interesting for me to see is to kind of understand what is the space profile of this model. How do I keep... Is there a smaller... Like so. Second mistake already. I mean, again, this is what happens with the speed building, is you're just going for it. You're just getting that stuff down as quickly as you can. This over here. Although with the height, with how incredibly tall this model actually is, we're going to want to be pretty careful to make sure that the foundation really needs to be laid very flat, which is why I have my nice mat from Rebrickable right here. It's very flat. My working surface is very flat. I actually added some extra legs underneath this working surface to make sure the wood doesn't warp over time. And again, all of that is in the interest of, since we're doing these Lego buildings, we just have to make sure that it's not we have to have that flat surface underneath us, or everything goes rough. But yeah, I think we're going to be laying out the foundation for quite a while here. Probably a couple of bags. And I'll try to keep it where we can see it very clearly. Actually, this looks like a bit of mirror building that we're doing right now, which kind of makes sense. I don't think it's exactly symmetrical, but at least while we're on the lower levels, they're probably going to keep it as symmetrical as they can, because it makes it easy to... easy to set up the build. In fact, this might not be left to right symmetrical. This might literally just be like one side of it, which is going to be interesting. Probably want to pull my lines back a little bit, as far back as I can go. We'll see about that as we keep going, as this build gets taller and taller. Like, objectively, my working space is pretty big, although the area that the camera's in. Again, like, it's all my left hand and my right hand here is just bags after bags after bags. Yeah, that music's a little epic for where we are in the build process. Like I said, we're gonna go through all pretty much every playlist that I have developed up to this point, because of just how long we're gonna be building today. Don't know that I have any particularly interesting commentary yet, because I'm kind of just waiting to see how are they going to go about doing this, first of all. And waiting to get a sense of, we really need to get a sense of what the scale of this thing is, so we know what space profile it's going to actually take up. Here we go. Gosh, and this is just the gate. This isn't even the profile of the main building itself. It's like, have I bitten off more than I can chew here? Yes. Zero question about that. But are we gonna have fun anyway? a lot of symmetry so far in this edge, which is great because it basically means I can use both my hands and mirror build. You know, all around the country and the world, there are people sitting down, enjoying this build experience as a family over many, many nights, like a long puzzle, maybe a week, maybe 1 bag a day, 2 bags a day, which is about what you can do when you're collaborating with someone. Really getting their money's worth out of the experience. And then there's us. Here. Just diving right in and saying, no need to wait. Okay, we're going to build a little courtyard here or such. So we're placing all these flat pieces. Let's get our aerial here. There we go. Yep. So you can see that didn't really interrupt our timer, which is nice. Lots of new tech for today. There's lots of new tech for today. All of which is more or less working. So. So if you're just tuning in, we're just kind of getting started here. The first thing that we did was, instead of working on Minas Tirith, we were working on the gift with purchase, the battering ram dGrond, who's now buried under 40 bags of Lego. That came if you purchased this set within, the first little while, the first couple of days when wall supplies lasted. And I mentioned, again, I need to stop saying this, but the last I had checked, that was all still available. They made sure there was at least enough to make it to the public release. This is what I want. Lots of bricks. Bricks that take up a bunch of space and start to go vertical. I can do like so. So since we just only now got to starting the actual main build of Minas Tirith, we're still pretty much at the beginning of it, even though technically the stream's been going for an hour. Although I'm pretty happy with that. That first hour is mostly kind of the warm-up, getting into the battle rhythm of the day. But we have a pretty nice little system, and it's a marathon and a sprint. But so every hour or so, we're gonna be taking a break. We hop on up, just 5 minutes or so, and stay on track. You have to nourish the body too. Otherwise, the last thing you want is to pass out, collapse midstream. Definitely going to be exhausting. It's definitely going to be a long day, but I'm really excited to see what this looks like once it takes shape. So there we go. So now we flip around to the front. So what we're building right now is the main entryway, the main gate. And I mean, that star pattern already viewed from above has just a really beautiful presence, I have to say. But this set is going to make just heavy use of forced perspective. Boom. First bag down, everybody. And throw our 3 extra pieces over into our extra piece pile. Grab bag 2 and keep moving right along. This time we'll start to get a little bit more into our battle rhythm, putting our big pieces over to the right side so that we can easily grab those. Smaller pieces over to the left, which I'm always picking through. The front of the model, so I want to get this as flush as I can. And I have it put up against the back so we can see it in that top right camera. I kind of need a light right here, don't I? Just going straight back, casting a little bit of shadow. I'll take a look at that and see if I can get that as well lit up as everything else. Also looks a bit like my overhead. Oh, I Let's see what's going on. Let's get that fixed up. Cam, aerial, properties, configure. Let's go to zoom like that. Let's do that some more. There we go, that's a bit better. Yeah, that seems fine. Minutes in, we're kind of just poking into bag number 2, but I mean, there's gonna be, you know, it's fine. We're behind rate. We gotta lock in. Gotta do a little better. Okay, here we go. As I continue to get texts from friends being like, "You're crazy. Take a break." This break's coming. Don't worry about that. This break's coming. Okay, so these, just doing some very fine detailing on this gate here. And again, we really want to get this all lined up and very straight, because this is like the very front. This is exactly what you look at as you get started with the model there. Let's actually do that one more time. There. That's what we were trying to do. Perfect. Again, as this increases in height, it's really going to get right up there up against the camera, which is going to be pretty cool to see. Barad-dûr is taller than the building space I have. Well, not the building space that I have, but certainly the building space that I can easily capture on camera. Now, this is kind of annoying that we have these 1x1 tiles right here. I need like a piece to really ensure they get straightened up. Come back here. And I better sit straight up too, or else... Again, anything you can do to take care of the physical vessel while you're doing something as long as this is definitely good. Starting to get some verticality already. Constantly aligning to make sure everything stays nice and flush. Because the last thing you want to do is, you know, be finishing with bag 51, 52 and be going back and saying, yeah, the work that I did on bag number 1 was kind of inadequate, was not pretty enough. Single time that we place a 1x1 tile, again, just like what we said happens with Rivendell, it's like, oh, got to adjust that, got to make sure that still makes sense. All these side bricks mean that we are probably going to have some paneling, some detailing to work through as we get higher up in this gate, which is fun. 1x1 bricks, you have the same problem as with the 1x1 plates, in that you want to really make sure they're lined up well. Although in this case, they're a little bit easier to maneuver at least. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the one problem with forced perspective. It means that we are probably just going to have a huge, huge amount of very, very small parts, which means there's going to be a lot of little micro adjusting like I'm doing right here. And that is really, really going to slow us down. Now, no sticker sheet that I've seen, which is nice because that's kind of what you want from a very premium set. You want no sticker sheet. And that would be another thing that would slow us down. But if we have a billion sort of very tiny parts to adjust as well, I mean, 8,000 pieces, that's a lot of Lego. That is a lot of Lego. Still in very early stages here, so I'm like trying to slowly get a sense of the size of the model. No real indicators quite yet. Now this I can at least rub on the ground to flatten it out, which is nice. Okay. Do the other side. Pretty reasonable amount of mirror building so far, which is helpful. Because whenever you have mirror building, it allows you to kind of turn your mind off and kind of slip into it for a bit. Actually, at some point, I'll probably even turn the music up a little bit so we have a bit more. Oh, perfect. We have a ×2. There we go. I feel like I'm kind of picking up a little bit here. He says on bag 2. This tile work is going to kill me. Because the tile work is always where you judge somebody on their attention to detail. We're not actually even making the gate closing mechanism yet. We're just sort of making the, I guess you would call it the texturing of how of the around the gate. It's always nice if you know like all the all the crazy architectural terms and stuff, but I don't know. Oops. That was another times 2. See on the aerial cam kind of what we're doing with this, and yeah, so that's all going to slip on really neatly, and that technique is going to feel pretty familiar from what was done with Barad-dûr to attach everything, as they made those many giant black pillars. That set was pretty neat as well. This one goes here. Hypothetically, the further we get into the model, the fewer extra pieces we'll have. Although they might start repeating. Oh, that was it? No, I must have missed a few teeny tiny details. So here's one. And then we want to do these as well. Again, your extra pieces are your guide. There we go. Now this looks like a more reasonable amount. 5 or 6. Bag 3. Not quite on rate, but we're on rate, but we are catching up. This is a smaller bag. I assume it's not a third of the model is the gate. So I assume at some point in this first third that we're doing, we'll actually switch away from working on the gate and be working on sort of the fortress behind the gate. But it may take a while. Could see it taking a while. Yeah, as we expand from left to right, we're going to have a lot of instances where we are mirror building, where we are doing something twice and repeating it. I need like a bag counter, X of, that would have been a fun idea. Like I said, every time I do something new like this, I learn new and exciting things that I could potentially do. Which is nice. Oh my God, why is everything one piece? Implementing a new petition to ban 1x1 bricks. Tell you one thing, I'm going to need a strong pot of coffee to make it through tomorrow, even if we do finish at a slightly less unreasonable time. one thing I will say is, in terms of what's coming down the pipeline this month, most of the rest of this month is going to be pretty heavily taken up with Bricklink Designer Program sets. I have 3 of them waiting to be built, all of which are about 3,000 to 4,000 pieces. So that's a 4-hour, 3 to 4 hour stream, 3.5 to 4.5 hour stream. But which I definitely want to get through those in particular, because those are all no extra parts sets. And again, by no extra parts sets, what I really mean is when I finish that, it's ready to go into my Lego City without really any additional modification or thought. And I always try to work on my no extra parts sets first, because they're quick. And because, you know, most sets are no extra parts sets. Now, most sets are also going to be very small, too. So, like, if I buy, like, a Star Wars battle pack, like, that's a no extra parts set. One of those might only be, like, 200 pieces. But if you have, like, 10 of them in your backlog, suddenly that's another 2,000 pieces you need to deal with. So those are really easy. When I used to work from home, those would be really easy things to just open up and build, you know, while you're on, like, a call or something, which, I mean, I would say that I was still effective. I wouldn't say it would, like, gone the way of my ability to do work or anything. But I don't have that luxury anymore. So those have to be treated really seriously. So I always try to start with any sets that don't require additional modifications, so I can build them and get them out of my workspace as quickly as possible, which is all good. Let me line up this masonry here. And then up we go, another level. That actually looks really nice. Look at this from above. And you can see it really nicely on the top right, the POV cam, which I need to get a light for. Yeah, so I have 3 different Bricklink Designer Program sets that aren't going to require any additional parts that I really just need to build so I can get them out of my queue. And I think they're going to be pretty fun to work on. Put this up here. It looks like we're approaching the top of our tower. Go. There's our top. Oh, does it just sit in there? Yes. I don't like that because it'd be nice if it could actually, like, you know, sit down. This is just like begging to be lost in transit, I would say. This. I guess you could hide like a lightsaber in there. That was bag 3. Now for bag 4, it looks like we're ready to build our first minifigure of the evening, the afternoon, which is going to be Gandalf the White. Well, a brand new version of his minifigure, in fact. So we'll go grab his nice white cape from over on the side. He's got a beautiful... I mean, there's a lot of really intricate detailing on this minifigure, which is pretty neat. There it goes. Goes into focus. Only 1 head. I was expecting him to have maybe 2. Oh, I guess he has a beard, too. There he goes. Gandalf. With his staff and his sword. Plop him right down in front. And then Shadowfax, the white, with the same old Lego horse brick that we've been using since like 98. Shadowfax, the Lord of Horses, answers only to Gandalf. I would have appreciated some, like, special printing on this horse instead of it just being a generic white horse. Like, I feel like they could have done some, like, didn't he have, like, some golden elven markings or something like that? Oh, 6 times, whatever we're about to do. Guess what? It's 1x1 pieces again. Oh, joy. Oh, gosh, no. Oh, such technical details. And that was the end of our next playthrough of the Medieval Siege playlist. Let's go back. Let's just go in order here. This playlist is called Exploring the Rainforest. I can't quite recall which what build we would have created this playlist for, but let's have some nice relaxing rainforest music, shall we? Oh, you know what? This was probably when we were working on the Actually, I don't think I've played this playlist on stream yet because this is for the Cloud Forest Mountain. Or actually, maybe this would have been like the very first one that I would have done way back at the beginning of 2025. I'm like wondering what you guys think of the build so far. I mean, I know all we've done is the gate, but a couple of senses that we can get right off the bat. It's a lot of white. It's a lot of white. And it's going to be a lot of really fine detail. And we're at the bottom layer. We're at the layer which is minifigure scale. The farther up we get through the 7 layers, presumably the more and more intricate it's going to have to be. And the thinner and thinner my sanity wear as well. You know, they say that being in like the Lego sponsorship program is, it's nice to think of like getting all the free sets and stuff, but also imagine this being your job. Just like, all right, here's 8,000 pieces. Finish this tomorrow so you can film an Instagram reel on it or something. Oof. All right, here we go. All right, so if you look in the top right, we're attaching these little guys. Little details. And it's the, it's sort of like the emblem of Gondor, right? Which is, again, pretty nice to see that done at this scale. There we go. And now I think we're finally working on the gate itself. And it is not a mirror build, it's a left and right gate. It's 5 wide. Oh, this is different. That's a very interesting way to connect this. I would not have thought of that. It's nice that the geometry lines up in such a way. There's so much invisible math that underpins the way Lego fits together. It's very, very interesting. I don't understand it all, at least not in like an actual mathematical sense, but I do kind of know all the angles and centimeters and measurements. They all kind of line up in particular interesting and useful ways. There we go. Like so. Look at that. Looking at this little window in the arch, this figure in the arched window. This is a very old Lego piece. I remember seeing, these are from like the very, very early 1990s and late 1980s. And they were used as roller tracks for various different types of things. But it's really neat how Lego keeps these molds and is able to utilize and incorporate them. It really is a Lego system that's constantly growing as we utilize and incorporate more and more parts in more and more interesting ways to builds and molds that have been around for a very long time. Okay, now we're going to do that thing again where we're going to put these down and then use these to flip it around again. That's neat. Also glad we're not mirror building this. It's allowing me to appreciate it a little bit more. This goes all the way in, presumably. And then, like so. It's a little weird that it doesn't... Oh, okay, here we go. So we're going to flip this around. The 1x4... Okay, see, they actually said this. The 1x4 toothed Lego plate used to represent copper detailing on the main gate was first introduced in 1977 as a steering rack for Lego Technic. There we go. And that allows the gate to close. And now we'll make the other side of the gate. Looks very, very nice up there. I think somebody wanted to do an homage. I think that's what just happened. And I've kind of allowed myself to slow down a little bit here, you know, just to kind of enjoy the process. We're still pretty much on rate. Actually, we're recovering time with this bag because there's not so many infuriating little 1x1 pieces. But we're going to be here for a long time, but as long as we stay vaguely on rate, we should be okay. I think I have a hard stop at... I would say technically my hard stop time would be 1 a.m. Eastern, but I think that my sanity will diminish to zero long before the actual, how do you say, long before I physically run out of, well, not physically, but long before I logistically run out of time to get like a quote-unquote good night's sleep or whatever. And more importantly, like my sanity is going to not make it nearly that long. There will come a point where I'll be like, guys, so many pieces. So many pieces. But I mean, after I can do this, doing just little 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 piece sets for the next 3 weekends is going to be an absolute cakewalk, which is kind of nice. So yeah, next 3 Sundays, Bricklink Designer Program sets. One of them is going to have some pretty cool modifications, but mostly pretty straightforward. And then I guess not this Friday, but the following Friday is now a federal holiday in the U.S., Juneteenth. Or I should say still a federal holiday in the U.S. There's our second gate. Looks very nice, slots in very nicely. Nice. Well, very clean. Very, very clean. Reminds me of the gate detailing for like old Lego Ninja sets, actually. And on that Juneteenth holiday, what I think I'm going to do next Friday is, I was talking about like how you get the buildup of small Lego sets. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to stream it. I mean, I guess I could. But maybe just kind of sit down and enjoy some small, relaxing Lego building to keep the backlog down, you know? What are we doing with this? Ah, it's an archway for the front. Click and click. Out of the way, Gandalf. And that's, I think, our extra pieces right there. I always forget that these poles are extra pieces. On to bag 5. And it looks like now we're going to start expanding to the sides because I see base plates once again. Barely keeping Gandalf and Shadowfax in frame there. There we go. Yeah, looks like we're starting to build one side of the gate or another. Other little detailed triangle. There it is. And unsurprisingly, we have a lot of hinge bricks here. So by the way, we're about 1/12 done. I'm not crying, you're crying. Unsurprisingly, we have a lot of hinge bricks because this gate is going to hinge around the castle. And this is actually going to kind of pose a bit of a challenge for us down the road because, again, I'm not using this as a display model. I don't really use much of anything as a display model. The idea was that this build is going to go with my mountain range. My mountain range is the far northwest, or the far back left corner of the giant square. Oh, I need to stretch. It's not break time yet. Of the square that is my Lego city. And it being on hinges and angles like this is really going to get in the way of doing that cleanly. So I might need to do some de-angling in the future, which I talk a lot about making different kinds of modifications to the different sets that we pick up. I think that's one of the things that you guys enjoy seeing is how I go through and de-modify things. But de-angling is very, very tricky. It's very, very tricky. In fact, I don't know that I've done a major de-angling project in like 2 years. One that comes to mind is one of the Winter Village Lego sets. People love the Winter Village stuff. One of the Winter Village Lego sets is it's just sort of like a family house, a lot of beautiful blue colors, Christmas time. And it was set on an angle, and I de-angled it. Now, part of the problem with that was I had really specific space constrictions. Like, I not only had to de-angle it, I also had to fit it within a certain particular profile, 24 deep by 32 wide. With Minas Tirith, I won't need to fit it within any particular space profile. I just need to de-angle it. It could be as wide or as deep as it wants to be. but it does need to be de-angled, which... What I might do is set it on a right angle, actually. I think that might make a lot of sense. But that is a project that we'll have to return to, first of all, once the set is built. Plop this down now. Now we start to do this detailing here. Yeah, first of all, once the set is built, or at least once the gate is built, because I think the main set is not going to be set on an angle. Actually, those could be famous last words, so I better be careful there. Oh, what are we doing here? This might be a little different than I thought. It is! Oh no! In fact, honestly, de-angling set of this size and notoriety might be worth a stream all of its own. So we'll have to keep that in mind. But as challenging as de-angling is, it's always, always easier to work with a completed set and modify it than it is to, you know, do something from scratch. And normally I would say building something is the easiest part of all, but when your something is... This is a funny use of these heart-shaped plates. You don't really see that used in builds like this, adult builds, very often. When the build is 8,278 pieces, suddenly you're not talking about a trivial task to get it built in the first place. So, but we'll see. Like I said, we'll see what we can do today. We'll see how far we get. I think we'll be able to come up with some pretty awesome results. So. I feel like there should be a stud underneath there. This is flat. That's there. These are down. That's up there. Interesting. Oh, because it's an illegal build, that's why. Once again, we're putting some pieces under tension, which is, again, just kind of really surprising to see. Like, oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just needs to catch on the edge here. No, I think it's under tension. Okay. Again, these lower sections where we have all these plates that fit together in different interesting little ways, those are always going to take a little bit longer to work on than when you get higher up and you start having more bricks to lay down. Bricks are easier, plates are harder, plates are for detail. Of course, for all we know, the entire upper sections might be made of a bunch of bricks. Of a bunch of plates, rather, because of just how small they're going to get, relatively speaking. We're going to find out. Yeah, it's hard to appreciate the, when you're like, you know, a couple bags into an 8,000 piece set or a 60 bag set, it's a little hard to appreciate the magnificence of it, of how all this stuff fits together and everything, but it's pretty beautiful. It's pretty intricate. And I definitely remember having sort of a similar feeling about as I got started with Barad-dûr as well. Here's a fun question. Project forward, you know, 5 years. What would we think would be the next iconic Lord of the Rings location that LEGO would consider releasing. For some reason, I keep thinking about like Mirkwood. Maybe Osgiliath with Faramir. I struggled to see how you'd make a particularly interesting set out of that. Although, actually, somebody recently, they free built it, so there's no building instructions, but somebody recently made an Osgiliath build entirely out of the pieces of LEGO Rivendell, which I thought that was pretty interesting. Again, I'm just imagining like building this as a group or as a family where somebody else is off in another corner working their way through various different sections. And, you know, so instead of being a 1/12 of the way through, we'd be like a quarter of the way through. If only. If only. The dream is real, folks. The dream is real. Okay, this is going to go in. Ugh, more angles. This bag has taken us a while. And again, it's because we're doing foundation. And just like with makeup, foundation always takes the longest. Finally, a brick, a single brick. Another. Taking Minas Tirith off its angle. How long is that actually going to take me? I'd say up to 2 hours, probably. It depends. If the main set is not on an angle, that'll be an entirely different situation. But taking this, turning this into a 45-degree, or yeah, I think a 45-degree angle. Right now, it's a little bit different than that. That will take me some time, to be sure. Ugh. So probably 1 hour to 2 hours. So probably one of the next 3 weeks while I'm doing all those Bricklink Designer Program sets, there will come, oh, we're going to make an actual little side build here. Shocker. There will come a day where I do one of those that doesn't take me the full, 4 hours. I like to do, 1 to... Basically, I usually start between 12 and 1, just like I did today, and I usually go until about 5 Eastern, pretty much on the dot most of the time. Next question is, will we be 1/3 of the way through this by 5 Eastern? I think so, but I think it's going to be real tight. So one of those days, I'll do a set that takes a little less than the full 4 to 5 hours, and I'll be able to pull Minas Tirith back up, and we'll have some fun de-angling it. And when I say some fun, I mean some tears, but, you know. Looks like this is maybe a hay cart. Little mini ladders, which I think were introduced for Lego Minecraft or something. There's another day where at some point we're going to have a stream where I figure out what to do with all my Lego Minecraft, which I've been going back and forth on incorporating into the city. I am not ready to do that stream quite yet. But yeah, the only real Lego streaming day that we have right now is Sundays. Wheels here. And there's bag 5. kind of fun. Take a break in just a second here. Actually, I guess it makes more sense to take the break before we start. Cool. All right, I'll be back in 5. That was 5 bags down. Here we go. All right, so good news. Seems like 5-minute break is more than adequate there to get us moving. So, cool. So, let's see. POV, just checking in on what we've done so far. So we built this beautiful front gate, very detailed, love all the teal there, very Statue of Liberty. And then we're gonna just keep going right along with the main build and bag 6. So I think it was nice when we had sort of that aerial view here. Did I bump this again? Bumped everything. It's probably better. Yeah, so we've built sort of the base for 1. So the front of the gate, one side of the front of the gate. So like I said, we're about 1/12 of the way through this build. So we've got a long time ahead, but also we are kind of speeding up as we go. We'll kind of ebb and flow. I think the goal that I really want to try to hit here is I would love to get through the whole first third of the model by 5 o'clock Eastern. Unfortunately, at 15 bags in 2 hours, that's a little unrealistic. It probably would take us till about 5:30 Eastern, but I'll probably go till about then. And then we'll take sort of our food break or our touch grass break or something like that. Probably the food break, I think. Anyway, let's carry right along here. That was good. That was a nice little 5-minute break. And once it's 5 o'clock, I don't know. Maybe we stop. we might stop with the energy drinks sips. It's like a full glass of water plus an energy drink sip, and we might shift instead to doing a full glass of water plus plus like a couple of beer sips or something, you know. Don't really want to have that on camera, but hey, you know, you got to keep it going some way or another. Point is, this is a long build, but I'm trying to go fast enough that we can have a realistic chance of getting it done sometime this century, but also slow enough that I can, you know, enjoy it. Because again, it is insane to build this in one day, but it's not impossible. And the difference between insane and impossible is everything. So let's slip back into it. And this is great. Now we've actually got Lego bricks instead of all those tiles. Every single time that we return to the foundation, it's longer. Those bags take longer to build than the other bags. But yeah, that was a nice refresh. We've still got our Exploring the Rainforest playlist going over there. It's a small and not totally unreasonable amount of detailing that we're doing on the wall here, which I appreciate. This is no more than, say, when I was building the Pirate Fortress El Dorado or stuff like that. And I know that they said a couple. When we were reading the blurb from the designers, which wasn't particularly long this time, I'm wondering if there will be additional designer thoughts as we get to the second and third halves and have the second and third instruction manuals. But they did mention pretty clearly that there are a lot of, you know, that there's the minifigure scale. On the inside, it's minifigure scale. On the outside, it's, you know, forced perspective, which is really well done. Which means that right now, since we're looking at the inside half of the wall, we're getting that minifigure scale section. Gosh, 12 hours. I'm like, that amount of time I could watch like an entire Star Wars trilogy or something. There's always options on what I can like put on in the background. I think right before I got up, I was sort of talking about sort of just like the trajectory of the week. I said I was realizing I'm going to have to come back to this set to do some modification after all. I don't know that we're going to have to order pieces, but we are going to have to modify to make it fit on the grid, unfortunately. Just taking out the angle here. We won't come back and do that during the week. We'll get back to it during one of our other streams. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Goes right there. Switch over to the point of view here so you can see this thing coming together. Yep. So yeah, no more, there won't be any additional Lego streams during the week. Sometimes I do build Lego on Friday, but it's sort of just that. It's just building. Also, this Friday, I think I won't. I think I will be out and about, out on the town this Friday after a little bit. And then if I'm back, it'll be relatively late. I don't actually typically stay up that late when I'm not doing a 12-hour stream. You know, still. The fertile farmland of the Pelennor Fields provides food for the city's inhabitants. So we have some farming, some market stalls here. Does this really look that much better if I get a light in front of it? So the problem is we have the glare there. And also it looks like even if I do lighten it, the camera auto-adjusts. So it actually is better for a second, but then the camera does something. I guess I could put this like right here, move this over a bit. And it's not in my field of view. Okay, so we can play with that. This one's a bit more stuck in place. So it's harder for me to move. And I guess it is helping, so, okay. Anyway, I got put some carrots down and some fish. Got a barrel of fish there. And a chicken. They'll be serving chicken nuggets in Minas Tirith before we know it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm like, chicken nuggets sounds so good. Maybe if I really am up like all night long, it'll be like a early morning McDonald's kind of day or something. I don't know. Is it good for me? No. But when you're suffering, sometimes you have to make additional sacrifices. We're not doing incredible on rate here, but we're going to make those Shields of Gondor again. Somehow I'm guessing that we're going to be doing this build many, many times. This little mini build. Maybe they should have just had us, spend an hour just doing these just right off the bat. Okay, make 18 of these. Make 100 of these Shield of Gondor Lotus what's the word I'm looking for here? Logos. You'll be referring to these for the rest of the sets. One more for now. They're pretty nice, though. Every time I place a hinge down, I shudder a little bit because I'm like, I will be taking that back apart soon. Not 100% sure this ingot is an extra piece, but the nice part about someone will have inventoried this set, so I can check on that later. I have a little cubby there. 13 minutes for that bag. That took a long time. So if our rate is down, like, that's like a 30% rate reduction. Guess we're going to be here until the sunrise, everybody. At some point, I'll just go quiet. I'll just be locked in. So yeah, no more LEGO streams. There won't be any additional LEGO streams during the week. I actually have quite a bit of other things that I stream. So we're getting back to Pokopia. I just went and did the Sableye event and the jump rope events, which were pretty fun. So that's on the Nintendo Switch. Where's that piece? Oh, we're not putting that on right now. So those are Wednesdays. Wednesdays I do the video game streams. Monday is usually ordering parts, which I have some. Actually, I mentioned El Dorado earlier, the build El Dorado. I definitely have some parts that I'll want to order from that. Some water. Along with some other builds that I have sitting around here. Why are we building this frontwards instead of backwards? That's a good question. So Mondays I order parts. Tuesdays we'll have a video game stream. Tuesdays is going to become Guild Wars Day, I've been saying for a while, with the announcement of Guild Wars 3 over the weekend on Friday. That was a pretty big deal. So we'll log on for at least a little bit on Tuesday. We'll be back into Guild Wars 2. There's a lot to do there. Thursdays are when I play Pokemon. So eventually, someday, those will be on stream. But for right now, I have a really long backlog of Nintendo DS Pokemon games that I've been working my way through, which is really, really fun. But I'm not streaming off the Nintendo DS. I'll stream when I get back up to the Switch. Or I'll certainly stream when Pokemon Winds and Waves comes out. In fact, when Winds and Waves comes out, that'll presumably be our stream both Wednesday as our, quote, primary video game of that at that time, and then also probably Tuesday and Thursday for a little while. And maybe Friday, I don't know. However long it takes us to kind of get through it. It's nice to prioritize something when it's, you know, the nice, fresh, and current release. But that's a ways off. And we don't have any major Pokemon releases until then. When we finish Pokopia, we'll probably take a break. Before we switch over to a new franchise on Wednesdays, what we'll do is we'll... trying to continue building the parts here while also having my brain speak about an entirely different subject. Wednesdays we'll be doing Pokopia for a little while. When we finish Pokopia, we're actually going to loop back around to Pokemon Legends ZA. I haven't played the DLC yet, although I do think I own it. But I was waiting for Pokemon Home to update and get ZA compatibility, and then I'll be excited to play through that DLC with you guys. It'll probably only take us a couple of Wednesdays, and then if there's any like grinding of it, I can do that off stream on my Thursdays. I've heard it's a pretty grindy DLC, so that'd be fun. But yeah, no, just so that covers Monday is off. Monday is ordering parts. Tuesday is Guild Wars. Wednesday is video game stream, which is currently Pokopia. Thursday is currently off stream. Friday is the flex day, because if I go out, like, I'll be going out for most of the next few Fridays. It's summertime, you know, everybody wants to be out. 3, 6. Saturday is off. Saturday is when I, like, place parts that need to be placed. And then Sunday is where we are right now. So that's kind of what the stream schedule looks like right now, which I should probably go update on Twitch at some point, shouldn't I? But we'll get back around to that when we're not literally slowly losing our sanity to this wall. And then at some point when we finished Pokopia and then the ZA DLC, there's tons of other stuff I'm excited to play on those Wednesday streams. And those Wednesday streams will be longer. They'll probably be like 6 o'clock, 6:30 Eastern to 11. So it'll be 5-hour streams, which is about as much as I can do in a weekday there. I mean, when you're playing a video game, like, it's totally different than this, right? Like, I don't have as much to, like, explain about what I'm doing here, but a video game I can be constantly talking through. Like, everybody loves watching game stream. That's what we're really here for on Twitch. Where's the other one of these? It's a nice little bench there. I keep being like trying to figure out why I'm so far below rate here, why I'm at like 13 minutes a bag instead of 10-ish, but it's because there's just so many little pieces in this set, which 27 pounds of Lego, they said. It's a lot of Lego. That is a lot of Lego. Guess what it is? It's more Shields of Gondor. Oh my gosh. Ah. Now the other question is, as we move further up the build, and our forced perspective is further and further scaled up, are we going to keep using the same Shield of Gondor build here, mini build here? Because it's almost like that would be as if they were getting bigger and bigger as we went up, which is not exactly how it's supposed to look, but we'll see. Thank you, thank you. I mean, it's beautiful. Like, even if you look at this, it looks like you're, you know, going through the streets. I really wish it would stop auto-correcting my directed light right there. It's warming me up, because I have a light, like, right on my right hand. There we go. Yeah, it's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous, and we've barely even gotten started with it, but... Okay, 4 Shields of Gondor. Let's put these things in place. Remember, this isn't even the entire gate. This is literally half of the gate. Put that down. Now we're going to make some plants here. Single teeny tiny little flower pot and a bunch of extra pieces. Bag 8. Hey, a Gondor soldier. That's kind of exciting. Very shiny silver metallic minifigure here. Where's his cuirass or armor plate? There we go. Let's get this up close. Let the camera focus. Beautiful detailing with the Tree of Gondor there. That's actually a double-sided minifigure head, which is funny. Gandalf didn't get one of those. Shiny spear. And a beautiful shield, which I think is being shown for the first time here. Very nice minifigure. But we're still not done with this side. interior tower that we're working on here. Again, we're still kind of looking at that rate of about 13 minutes per bag instead of 10 due to the tininess of the pieces, which is very interesting. What I will say is, unlike what you would expect to see from, say, like a custom build, they are not going out of their way to use so many tiny pieces for the detailing that it's like infuriating. In fact, in many ways, this is a more reasonable and pleasant build than probably our next 3 weeks of Bricklink Designer Program builds will be, which I really appreciate that, because at this scale, if you were to do that, you're just talking about just like you could have done this same build for about the same size with easily, you know, almost twice as many pieces. And the way that designers do that is they use a lot more plates stacked up by 3 to make wall textures, and particularly brick and masonry textures, instead of any bricks. But these guys, they're using plenty of bricks. They're keeping it pretty reasonable, which is definitely helpful for my sanity. Isn't it nice to just... I mean, I figure if somebody is like the only difference between this and, like, if you're talking about the wood block print streaming or something like that, that's like it's a master crafts person. This is there's like 2 different skill sets here. There's the skill set that I'm using, which is that my like Lego part recognition is so incredibly high that like I can go pretty quickly here. I talk about usually being at about a 10-minute per bag rate. Here I'm at like 13, which is still pretty darn fast. And that's because the skill that I've got here is the part recognition. The ability to actually create something like this from scratch without any instructions or whatever, that's like a whole different artistry skill set, which, I mean, I can do it, but I prefer modifying the sets that other folks make or the sets that the Lego designers make. And then the art is more organizing. It's more like putting them into the Lego city or whatever. Different skill sets. Folks definitely like watching people create from scratch, but this, I mean, this thing is just so, it's such a unique, you know, not everybody has the ability to pick this up. So for some folks, just to kind of see how it comes together live is, I think it's just kind of a cool opportunity. And I'm happy I get to be able to, oh, I'm warm all of a sudden. Oh my goodness. But yeah, no, thank you. It's different skill subsets, which is funny because I think when people think of Lego, they're not necessarily thinking of like skill sets that are associated with it. But I mean, you have even people who do like puzzles who are able to, you know, put complex puzzles together really, really fast. And like, that's kind of a very similar type of skill set. Underrated skill set. Okay, so this is going in the front here with the gray down. Just going like that. We love artists in all their forms and shapes. I like to say my art is organizing and making chaos out of nothing. So it's less about, for me, I know this sounds really strange to like talk about on stream, or to like, you're watching like a Lego stream of like a really big extensive set, but like for me, the real art, as I've said, is less so doing this, less so the actual building of the thing. Although the building is nice, the building's like a relaxation exercise, but the art comes from going, how am I going to fit this into the city exactly, and moving everything around and figuring it out. And most of that doesn't happen on stream, although I do get to talk about some of that on my Instagram from time to time, or sometimes I'll be in the middle of the stream and I'll start rambling about like, oh, where I'm going to place this in the city, or what modification I'm going to make. It's fun. I enjoy it. But for that, you need long-term vision and you need storage space. Like any hobby, you got to know, how am I going to pursue this in a way that it doesn't take over everything? And then you fail, and then you readjust, and somehow it all works out. Let's see. I guess this is going like so. But talking about sort of the skill sets that undermine working with Lego, and I said in my case, the main skill that I'm using here is simply part recognition, very fast part recognition. Yeah, like, I do think that this is why Lego, since the pandemic, has taken off with adults so much. Slide that in there. It's going to be pretty neat. Yep. Where was I going with that? Something about that, like, the relaxation piece of, like, putting together, like, the Lego flowers that have been so popular, or plants of different kinds, or various display models, or things that just look good on your shelf, like this eventually would. There's lots of different versions of engaging with the Lego hobby that I think speak to different adults, besides just, you know, I guess the kid in me is still just like, oh, I got the Gondor soldier and the Gandalf minifigure here, so I'm just, you know, I'm good to go. I'm a happy camper, but it's nice that there are different versions of that for different folks. I've seen in the last couple of years people who I would have never expected to see engaging with Lego, totally independently of me, picking up like flower sets or display models, shipping a bottle, stuff like that. And I'm like, hey, this is super cool. I want everybody to engage in a way that makes sense for them. Yes, subsidize my hobby. Subsidize my hobby. And then, you know, every set that's produced that is like that has a different audience. I may not be the audience for a different one. I may not be the audience for the giant display Ultimate Collector Series Star Wars ships, or for the flower pots, or what else is something new they've been doing for adults? Oh, they've been doing like recreations of famous artworks, like the Scream or the Mona Lisa. Or I think the most recent one they did is maybe the Water Lilies by Monet. I think the Water Lilies is by Monet, I think. Also, is this a 2X? No, single. So yeah, they keep expanding the offerings that are available, which is neat. For anybody who's joining newly, so we're working on Minas Tirith here. We're working on the really new Lego Lord of the Rings release. This is an 8,278 piece set, which makes it the largest set in my collection, and probably in like the top 10 largest Lego sets that Lego has put out. By piece count alone, for me, I would normally expect that to be about a 10-hour build, but of course, you know, we have to maintain our sanity here, so we are we're taking breaks. We're kind of going at a slightly slower rate. It's also warm. It's also just what we're finding as we go through the set here, and for anybody who's kind of watching this just to see how Lego went about doing Minas Tirith, it is just absolutely, it's saturated with lots of really small 1x1 Lego pieces. And we expect that to continue more and more and more as we get farther up into the build, because the set is built using force perspective, meaning the higher up in the air you get, the more zoomed out the model is. Where's my hand? The more zoomed out it is to look kind of accurate. So we expect as we zoom out more, we're going to need the use of smaller and smaller pieces, and you shall see me cry. And here we go again. The other thing that we're finding is that we're just making a staggering amount of these Shield of Gondor motifs here. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 part build. We've already made like how many of these have we made so far? 3, 6, 10, 14. We're going to do 3 more here, so that's going to take us up to 17. I should have if we weren't trying to hurry along so much here, I'd almost add like a shield counter that I haven't really played around with counters very much. I know there's some plugins you can do for something like that where it's like, okay, every time you build a Shield of Gondor, decrease the counter by 1. So that was number 15, 16, 17 here. Imagine if I was doing like take a shot every Shield of Gondor. I don't know. Can I drink on Twitch? I need to investigate this before I. The answer is probably yes, but also probably I'm not going to mess around with that right now. You can just imagine. We can just pretend. If it wasn't a Sunday, if I ever get around to Friday streams, like I said, every once in a while I'll just come hang out on Friday and further whatever project I was working on. This coming Friday, I think I'll be back before like the end of the night, but I don't know that I'll be hopping on stream. But anyway, that would be the kind of night where we'd have that kind of fun. But here we go. There's got to be a little bit more here because I was going to say these are not extra pieces. Yeah. There we go. And what we're doing here is we've got a little walkway. I'll put it into screen again. We've got a little pathway that we're sort of creating so a minifigure can walk up to that battlement and look out over the battlefield. Here's bag 9. Oh, and now they want us to connect this up. So it looks like we might be about to... There we go. So we've got the front here. Does it go like this? I think so. And those hypothetically could click together, but I don't really want to click them together quite yet because, like I said, we need to de-angle this set at some point. But we can basically, from this, we can get a bit of a sense of the space, the scale that this is going to be operating on. So that's about a foot right here. So it looks like the space profile of this is just a little over 24 inches. So maybe like 26, 27 inches wide and about 13, 14 inches deep. And then you're going to start accounting for the height with the force perspective, which again, looking at this, I'm thinking is probably going to be about 2.5 feet up. So maybe 30, 34 inches, something like that. Not quite 3 feet. And then again, we might have some pokey, spiky bits that take us up farther, but we'll see. Move this whole thing off to the side here, over by where we have dGrond squirreled away. Open up bag 9. And now, finally, we start working on the other side of the castle. We've been working on one wall for a little bit. Now we'll go on to the other, which again means our rate is going to slow down a bit here as we lay some groundwork. That's okay. And immediately we see a bunch of really familiar pieces telling us that the basic structure of the wall here is going to be mirror built. But the difference, as the designers kind of told us in the opening statements here, is that this side of the castle is going to have sort of that staircase, which is going to wind up through over the course of the build. There we go. Putting this little single pin down here that was that cool section that we slid down to finish the other wall. One of the very last things we did. That's what this is. So it's funny because it looks like it's just detailing, like it's just greebling, but no, it's functional. Actually holds something in place once we get deep enough into the set. That was the end of our Exploring the Rainforest playlist. So let's see what's next up on the boards. It is Wandering the Wasteland. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so I don't have any buttons like that yet, but so here's how this is working. Every hour, I'm stopping and taking a break, and I am drinking a full glass of water. So in the end, I'll have had more than my necessary water consumption for the day. Plus, I'm having a bit of energy drink and a little bathroom break, and some like 20, 40, 50 jumping jacks. So we're good. The body is being well taken care of. It's actually much more the mind, which I think is at risk here. And I'd say the longer we stay on the foundation here, the more at risk it. Like we were starting to feel pretty. I was starting to feel pretty a lot of enjoyment of the build over there as we were starting to build upwards. Then we came back down to the foundation of this wall, and I was like, oh god, no, it's back. We're back again. So no, the mind. Normally when I'm doing this and I'm only having like like a normal build, like 4 hours or even less, I'll just have my water over to the side with me. But this time I was like, I don't even want to be stopping and taking sips all the time. Like I was like, we're just being crazy. It's good practice for the whatever mega video gaming streams I'll be doing way down the line. Might need some vodka by the end, Antilles says. Well, look, like I said, once we hit 5 o'clock Eastern, I think we might have a little, there might be a little spiciness injected into what we're doing. Let's actually flip over to the aerial cam while we're working on this foundation here. There we go. I cannot say, I can neither confirm nor deny whether there will be some spicy water injected once we hit that point. Yeah, right? It's like, and again, it's kind of annoying because this is not at a simple numerical angle here. It's not at 45 degrees. So even once this whole, so first of all, this whole thing is going to take me, like I said, I think the pure build time is going to be literally 10 hours. And it's going to be longer than that when you account for the various breaks and stuff. But I'm still going to have to come back to fit it onto my city grid. It's going to take some serious modification of this base level, which I'm cringing significantly about. But as we get into this little bit here, this is all starting to look familiar because the foundation we laid on the other side of the wall, this is now side 2 of the wall, definitely looked very, very familiar. So it's not quite a mirror build, but like there's already some muscle memory, some retention that's happening here. Body is being very well taken care of. Because the last thing you want is to like collapse in the middle of a stream. Plus, I'm always very good at hydration. But yeah, no, it is. It's a good point that at some point I really got to set up some of those, you know, the various different tools. It's all, you know, it's all kind of like a learning process. You kind of figure out what works over time. Especially once I get into more of doing the Wednesday and maybe Friday gaming streams, or even occasionally Saturday. This June, like it's summertime, you know, everybody's having a good time, everybody's doing different events or whatever. So my Fridays and Saturdays have been pretty locked up, which is fine by me. I'm social. I want to be out and be social too. But especially once we get into like the cold of winter and fall, it'll be fun to kind of set some of that stuff up. The nice part is there's tutorials for all this stuff on the internet. So like the new feature that you add different features over time. So like you said, hey, you see I don't have a room background. I finally got like the instructions so you can actually see that there's something I'm going through here. Almost every major stream I learn a little bit more, something new about what the software is actually capable of. And I like it. I'm enjoying the slow process of kind of figuring it all out. Hey, where's that other piece? Here it is. Bit by bit by bit. And, you know, the quality gets... My equipment is quite good. I've very good equipment. That's like the minimum to make your stuff watchable. But you have to learn the software too. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so I have a camera up top facing me. I have a camera for the aerial view that we're looking at, and then I have a front camera, which I call my POV camera. 2 floodlights, a floodlight on top, and then 2 sort of detail lights, one of which I've moved a little closer to me for when we're looking at the walls and so on. So 5 lights, 3 major cameras, and then, yeah, the rest is just... Over time, the longer you go, the more that you set up these different scenes that you can switch between. And, you know, I'll even, like, learn. Like, every once in a while, I'll be watching. I watch various different streamers. I watch various different YouTubers. And every once in a while, I'll be like, oh, hey, that was something cool that you did. Like, how did you, like, what program are you using to do that? Or what add-in are you using to do that? And sometimes you even say, like, not asking for tech support, just like, what's the name of the program? And they'll usually tell you. They're like, oh, yeah, you know, I'm using such and such. And then you can learn, Google, and learn how to do all that, and it's fun. It's nice to like learn a skill over time. And again, for me, like the way I look at all of this, I'm gonna build the stuff anyway. I'm gonna play the video games. I'm gonna build the Legos. So I might as well, like, you know, actually enjoy it, share it with others, talk about what I'm doing. I mean, right now I'm just building a set, but you know, sometimes I get in there too, and I like will free build stuff. Not so much this month, but in general, I find it very enjoyable. I think the next frontier that we're going to be exploring is I've got a soundboard program that I want to start using, start capturing since we do Tuesday Guild Wars streams, I really want to build out a soundboard with some of the fun quotes that they have in Guild Wars 2, which are like super recognizable. So I can just press my button and it'll go, you know, like no, 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 or you know, whatever like iconic voice line. Definitely looking forward to that. All right, we're gonna finish this bag and then we'll have another little 5-minute break as we get to the end of the hour here. No, I mean, yes, Bagel. You know, I know that you know some of some of those quotes all too well, all too well. So I'm really looking forward, and it's gonna be fun. It'll be like every Tuesday we can like go like capture, scrat. I'm hit. Yeah, Antilles plays. You know, it's a fun time. Capture like one new sound per, and then I have my little soundboard ready to go. I think that'll be fun. I'm just happy. Like I said, one of the things I'm happy about today is that the YouTube chat is actually working. It's been many streams since that was working correctly. So I'm like, yay, you guys fixed your tech. I know we have a couple folks listening in over from the YouTube side, which I'm like, hey, I love my YouTube. Love my stuff there. But yeah, no, so I can just click my soundboards, which again, especially a little less important for when you're doing the Lego, but especially for while I'm doing the video game stuff, is super fun. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's like you know you're gonna be on. You know we're gonna be okay. It's true. Some of them are gonna be kind of. It's just like you know. I say it's actually kind of ironic that I use the phrase skill capture because like obviously in Guild Wars 1 there was like a whole mini meta around like going to obscure areas and like capturing different skills. So I'm kind of thinking of it like that. It's gonna be the sound capture instead. But no, we're gonna start with like super easy ones. Such as like the no, it's just from an easy dungeon. We'll capture that. But some of them, I really like a lot of the quotes from Raid Wing 1, for example. So, what can I say? All right, that was the end of this bag. We actually kind of did pretty well on rate there. I'm going to take another 5-er, do my water, jumping jacks, and all that stuff, take care of the body. So I'll be right back, guys. See you in a sec. There we go. Would you say? Yes, yes. Yeah, it is totally Dedra. From Lego, the Star Wars The Skywalker Saga. It's the expansion pack. So shortly after the game came out, they had a big expansion pack that had like 6 different factions. So one of them was like the Bad Batch, and one of them was Andor. So yeah, I actually can't remember if I have Lego Dedra yet. I think she comes with like an Imperial shuttle that I don't have yet. But anyway, yeah, all my little like, I have a bunch of little like loading screens. Okay, so hold on. So let me see. I have 2 new loading screens today that we'll see in probably about an hour and a half. I probably have to stop and take a break in an hour no matter what to eat. So one of my new loading screens we'll see at that time. Then there's another one. But yeah, no. So most of the time it's Dedra being like, "Hey, what are you doing?" So. All right. So that was bag 9, which means we are 1/6 of the way through Minas Tirith, plus a little bit extra since we did, dGrond, which was another 300 pieces. But let's see. Let's get back to the aerial. Let's go into bag 10. Boom. See if we can get back on rate here, because we were really plodding along. But like I said, I'm feeling the like what I'm doing on the breaks. It's more important for such a long stream than it would be normally, where it's just, like a 3 to 4 to 5 hours. I mean, 5-hour streams, even 4 hours, like that's kind of about the turning point where it starts to be like, ugh. The coffee is worn off, the triple espresso shot, the energy drinks, whatever. But for this, when you're planning to go any longer than that, like, ugh, it's essential. Otherwise, you'll just shut down. But yeah, nope, feeling pretty good. And I'm definitely having a blast, even if I kind of want to murder whoever invented most of these super tiny pieces. Okay, let's move this up front. It does kind of look like a spaceship. What was the other thing you said? Oh my gosh. How many ales have I had? Yes, no, we will definitely be. So that's an easy one. All I need to do is like load up the Norn player character and get him confused. It's funny, like that's kind of why this sound capture thing is going to be so fun, is because there's like all these little hidden conditionalities. That trigger the different sounds, some of the different sounds that, like, many of which I kind of know after years and years of playing Guild Wars 2. I mean, the game's been out for like a decade and a half now or something like that, so it'd be fun. I know all of them, and then instead of like screaming them into my microphone and terrifying everybody, I can actually just play the actual sound from the soundboard, so it'd be fun. I don't know if we'll get one on Tuesday. Antilles isn't back yet, and I think on Tuesday all I'm going to be doing is I should have 2.5 hours, 3 at the most. But all I really want to do on Tuesday is play around with the fashion templates system that Guild Wars implemented, that they stole from Final Fantasy XIV, which they implemented maybe a month or 2 ago, but I haven't really played around with yet. But I think that'll be fun. And then if I have any extra time, maybe I'll play around with sort of the player housing, which, again, has been there for a year and a half now, but I've never really done too much with it. I have a vision for what I want to do with it, but I haven't really done much. So. And then Pokopia, there's not really any fun sounds for us to capture because it's the Pokemon, or they use their text to speech instead of talking into the microphone. But yeah, no, Tuesday. Probably the Tuesday after next is when I'll put Antilles to work and get some of that stuff. Okay, so yeah, we still have our aerial view here. We're just kind of going through. Oh, they want us to flip it around, that's why. And I like for it to be kind of centered. Well, it depends on which camera we're using. For the POV camera, it's good for it to be centered. When we're aerial, it needs to be off to the left a little bit. What am I doing? Right, Lego. And thank goodness we're leaving the foundation again, so now we're starting to build up the walls, which is where I get one, faster, and two, less dead inside. This is going to be a little interesting, though, because we need to build the staircase into this wall. But yeah, no, I think sound and recognizable sound is just it's really amazing how people recognize sounds and what impacts sounds have on people's lives or so on. Like, I think that video game music is like just a really it's really just a very integral part of people's experience of video games, and has been almost since the very beginning in the Tetris song, right? I think of going to MagFest, the Music and Gaming Festival, which is in Washington D.C. once a year, and then there's MagWest out on the West Coast once a year as well, and like how just like that's really something like an example of understanding the impact of sound, the impact of music as part of the experience. So we're laughing about these various different quotes from like Guild Wars, but like, yeah, no, like it's kind of the same with like movies and leitmotif in film as well, right? Like if we were able to have, you know, like Lord of the Rings play, it's funny, we could literally watch, not the extended versions. I'm taking a little bit, for the first time today, I'm taking a little bit of solace that I can at least name one thing that would take longer to do than building this set in one sitting, and that would be watching the extended versions of the 3 Lord of the Rings movies. But like if we were able to put on like Lord of the Rings, we could put those 3 movies on. It would take about the same time as building this set. We'd be crowning the peak right as they were crowning the king, which is actually a really interesting idea that, oh well, somebody else can explore that. I don't want to get copyright striked. But if we were, you know, like you have the Lord of the Rings music and it's like super recognizable, right? Like people love those themes. And I'm sure there are people out there who are like musicians who like Howard Shore's work on the Lord of the Rings is like a big inspiration in why they became musicians. So sound is like pretty major part. Or like, I mean, we're working in Lego right now instead of in the video game world, but like I kind of channel that a little bit too, right? In that I have, how many of these boards do I have? I have about 9 different playlist boards right now that I use for different that normally when we're doing like a 4-hour stream, I like match the music of what we're doing, the board that I choose to what we're doing. So like we had that wandering the rainforest for when I was building a mountain that's a cloud forest biome like you have in like Panama and Nicaragua and stuff up top the mountains. Or like right now wandering the wasteland, that's like for when we're like working on like the Wild West or stuff like that, which actually we'll probably be using this one of the next 3 weekends. Right now, we're not really doing that just because we have so much building to go through. So I'm kind of cycling through everything I've got because most of these playlists are about 40 minutes long, so they would start to get repetitive if you're going much longer than 3 or 4 hours for sure. We have our pirate playlist, which I think I was using 2 weekends ago when we were working on that ship from the One Piece. That was a really fun build. So yeah, sound and music are really influential to people's experiences of things. And also, wandering the wasteland seems to keep pausing as well. but it's kind of going lightly in the background there. I think it's louder for you guys than for me. I haven't turned like all the way down, or nearly all the way down. I can hear that it's happening, but it's not super distinct for me, and that's okay. Okay, push that back a little bit. This is a nice little crenellation that we've made here. The only thing about the energy drink refuel is that they increase your digestion. So I wouldn't say that it's making me they make me more hungry, but it's almost more like they make me more famished, like more like almost weak the longer we go into the stream. And I'm like, it's not that I feel hungry, I'm just like, oh no, I need something. Not yet though. The text says, although the spear is the weapon of choice for most soldiers of Gondor, they are also fierce sword fighters. Hence why we have a rack of swords here. I was reading that kind of like how nature is constantly evolving crabs. Like crabs have evolved separately multiple times in nature, and then similarly spears have evolved independently in many different cultures in warfare. Spears are very... Take a long pointy thing, longer than the other guy can reach, and stick a pointy thing on the end of it. Seems to be a very effective way to protect yourself. Doing some light detailing on the inside here. Again, I can still kind of tell just the sheer amount of detailing that they're using in the set here just by how below rate I continue to be. It looks like we're still kind of at like 13 minutes per bag instead of the usual 10-ish, but no harm done. The second we get away from the foundation, I really start... Oh, okay, so they've used a really interesting build technique here. This staircase is built entirely sideways. I can see it in the preview from the instructions, so we're going to place this down in a second. So it's a studs not on top, or snot technique that they've used. Which again, when you talk about people who spend a lot of their free time making Lego builds kind of from scratch, like learning how to use techniques like this is a pretty big deal. And that just slots right in there. Very nice little staircase. Very textural. I really like when the models, you know, have a very tactile feel. When we were building, we built that Lego Friends set last week, the Castle Bread and Breakfast, and it was very, very tactile. It was really fun to put together because it broke up the detailing quite a bit. Flip this around again. Put that right there. And it looks like it's about time for us to flip back over to the front point of view. You're never going to guess what we're going to build again next. It's more Shields of Gondor, I swear. Another 4. I think that's going to take us up to 21 of them. and it won't and they won't be the last. At this point, I'm going to be sleeping tonight. I'm going to be dreaming about this little mini build. I'm going to be dreaming about making Shields of Gondor. I'm going to be having nightmares that my new job is to build Shields of Gondor all day. At this point, I could probably do this blind. All right, there's another 4. This is like the longest bag that we've built yet. This is taking over 15 minutes, which is pretty interesting. That was actually not an extra piece. That was a piece I needed. Let's get that back out. Bag 11. And I just sent pieces flying everywhere. How did I do that? It's like when you open a bag of chips the wrong way. And instead of like being a nice, neat little thing that you can reseal, instead it like explodes everywhere. I saw the Shields of Gondor again from the other side, and I got triggered, and I was like, no, wait, it's not yet. I have a little while before I have to make more. I mean, maybe not as complicated, but it's still organizing. And this is like, I like to do that too. Like, it's fun to, like, you know, put on somebody's stream. I do a lot of listening to one of the other games I play is Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, right? And I love listening to people like strategize and talk about that game. This is a new piece for me, and it's very interesting because I could use that. Let's let the camera focus there. Does not want to focus right here. I could use that on a pier to attach boats to, which is kind of fun. It's nice to just have somebody like talking through doing something, or have like a visual of somebody doing something in the background while you're doing organizational tasks like you're talking about. Jumbo 5-row cardboard box. Are you just assembling the box, or are you filling it up with stuff too? Because I'm like, keeping a Magic collection organized, that's another that's another thing that takes a lot of time. I usually do Magic work on, like, again, every all my time is so templated. But you'd be like, oh, this activity, like, oh yeah, I do that on this day of the week. But again, like, yeah, transferring and organizing, yeah, makes sense. But again, like, when you kind of know like what kinds of days a week you do stuff, it does help you get them done with more regularity. Or maybe I'm insane, but I mean, probably anybody who streams anything is more or less insane. But I don't know. Seems to be working out pretty all right for me. Yeah, I typically do Magic stuff like that on Saturdays when I can get to it. Haven't done any in a little bit. Probably after Magic's Marvel Superheroes set comes out, I'll probably need to take another time to do some organization. I don't really have a particularly long backlog or anything, though. I think I had done some serious work on my Magic sorting and organizing backlog right at the beginning of the year, while I was trying to avoid doing Lego work because I knew I was moving. So instead, I would work on like various different little projects that, you know, helped take care of the general order and organization of stuff. But the problem with this, so like this whole Lego stuff, it's like a pipeline, because I build this. So Minas Tirith is a bad example, but if we look at like the set I did last week I built a house that goes in my residential district, a very nice house. Building it and finishing it on stream or off stream is only the start of a slightly longer than 1 month process. So I build it, and then I order any extra parts that I need to put it into my city. Like, you know, like if you build a house, maybe you need to order the parts to build a driveway or stuff like that. And then I have to wait for those parts to get in. And Lego sends, when you order a batch of parts from Lego, as many people who are listening to this and do their own building will know, it comes in two batches. So the first batch of parts comes from Illinois, and that takes like literally like 3 business days to get to you. It's very, very quick. The second batch comes from the factory in Denmark, and that takes literally like 30 business days, so like 40 days to get to you. So it's not really any use getting started when you only have half of what you're building with. So basically whatever I build, and the nice part of this is whatever I build gets to kind of like sit around and be on display, and everybody gets to admire it for about a month. And then finally the last of the parts get in, and then you can sit down and finish the build, and then finally I can go place it where it belongs in the city without it looking like it's a construction zone. But so there's like this cadence, right? Like where stuff sits around for those 40 days or so on. Oh, this wall is so nicely textured. All right, they've done some pretty cool stuff here. There's this cadence where you're sitting around waiting for the different parts to come in. Then you start the next set. So at any given point, I probably have about five different sets that are sort of in various stages of construction where I'm waiting for their extra parts to come in. But if you ever, like, I can't remember how this is related to organizing Magic. Somehow it's, oh, I remember it. Where's the other ingot here? There it is. So if I ever pause, like if I ever like skip out on the ordering parts, it means that the backlog builds up, because for many of those sets, I can't really finish them and put them away in the city and out of my common spaces until I've got everything in. Oh no. 4 more Shields of Gondor. That's going to take our count to 25. I'm going to make a whole Instagram post just about these Shields of Gondor. It's going to be great. It's going to have so much traction. It's going to be phenomenal. It's going to do better than the post about the building itself. It's a lot of equipment. It's a lot of equipment. Well, they're not really. I guess they're decorations, insignias, I should say, insignias of Gondor, emblems, icons. I don't know. Like I said, I can literally. I'll do the last. There we go. Yeah. So the problem was, when I knew I was moving at the beginning of the month, I kind of paused streaming for a little while because I was like, if I keep building these sets and then not ordering the parts for them, the whole big backlog is going to build up, and then my whole space is going to be overrun with the hobby, which, like we were saying earlier, is kind of the point. Is you don't want the hobby to like take over your space to such a degree that like you don't feel you really can live there properly anymore. It just looks egregious at that point. See, those 4 went so fast I almost didn't even notice them finishing. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think there's more coming, but not yet. Oh, yes, yeah, they're right around the corner. Here we go. So instead I was doing, since I didn't want that backlog to build up, instead I was working on various little other things that, digital chores, things you need to get done around the house, things you need to order, but also like organizing magic cards was a great activity that I could do that helps keep my space cleaner without creating a Lego backlog. So I got pretty far on that. But now I'm moved. Now I have the new setup. It's better than ever. I'm pretty happy. Upside down, actually, don't I? Yep. Another one of these towers. And there we go. You guessed it. 3 more insignias of Gondor. Emblems. Icons. I don't even mind at this point. That takes us to 28 is our current grand total. There's 1. Send me 100. I could just sit here and do... every once in a while, actually, I will have, like, a super repetitive small Lego build to do where you just need to do tons and tons of them in a row. I think the one, like, for example, I have this this telephone, in my residential section, the build that I use for telephone wires, power lines, telephone poles is it's taken from it doesn't matter what Lego set is taken from, but basically it was in one Lego set, and I was like, I like that mini build, so I'm going to use that across my residential section. And I think the first time I did them, I did like 14 of those, and they were pretty tedious. That wasn't on stream, but I did post it on Instagram afterwards. But probably the most repetitive that I've done on stream was... when I did my big stream putting together my Lego farm, which was a fun stream. And I was like, there were all these like sections of different crops that I did. So I think that's still on YouTube somewhere for sure, because that was early or middle of the way through last year, Lego Farm stream. And each one of those crops would like sit on a 16 by 16 profile, and then I needed to do like 128 of each crop, and they were all like little mini builds like those Gondor insignias are. And honestly, that was kind of fun. But the nice part about that was, sure, I did like 1,000 of them, but I only did like 100, and then it was like on to the next crop type. I've never posted that farm on Instagram because I've always been waiting. Actually, one of the current batches of parts that I have coming in is like the last few parts I need to really finish up the farm, and then I'll be able to post it finally. It's a pretty cool build. It's a pretty neat build. Okay, what are we doing here? The farm arc. It's on YouTube. It's still under YouTube Kirino. Like I have my Lego build streams playlist. There are only like 20 of them. Cause so weeks like last week where I'm building a set by the instructions, I'm not really making any particularly interesting modifications to it. I'll live stream that to Twitch, but I don't dual stream it to YouTube because there's not really any reasonable replay value to it. This is different. I will eventually make modifications to this, to remove the angles of this Minas Tirith. But like, this is interesting to people because like, it's brand new. Nobody has this yet. It's really, really expensive. So like, it's cool, I think, to just be able to see like how this all comes together. So this I am dual streaming, and the replay will be available on YouTube in perpetuity. Yeah. But the farm was streamed. Hey, oh, I messed up. The farm was streamed because it's interesting, because I was doing something that was kind of unique to me. Where does this go? It's right there. Then we'll make some more potted plants, it looks like, yeah. And then I'll finish it off, and then I'll post it to Instagram. But it's up there on YouTube. But my presence over there on YouTube and my presence here on Twitch, they're still a little bit newer compared to that Instagram, which has been up for a while. So I'm always very conscious of the success of that, and trying to you got to do things that are interesting on the platforms where they belong. Okay, real quick, is that the end of the foundation? It might be. No, we're going to put some more details in with bag 12. Every time I open one of these, like, I'm thinking, like, what if this was a bag of chips? What if this was a bag of hot Cheetos or something? Yeah, so the next 3 weekends, so those are kind of an in-between case, because they're sets that I'm not making modifications to, but they are Bricklink Designer Program sets, which means not everybody has access to them. I don't know. I'll make a snap decision on each one, whether I think it's interesting enough to cast over to YouTube. Weapons rack. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So switching over to the magic, how the themes for different worlds carry over between different sets. It's kind of a relic from what Magic looked like 10 to 15 years ago, 10 through 15 years ago, when you had blocks and worlds that would repeat and mechanics that would sort of repeat slowly but surely. It's a very flexible game. That's why even IPs like, like Disney wants like Marvel to have Magic sets. It's very scalable. It's very repeatable. Okay, this needs to start right here. Okay, let me think. If I'm going to place this on a stud, yeah, right there is fine. Weapons rack. more spears. OG Strixhaven was a great set. I liked Secrets of Strixhaven as well. I thought it was pretty fun to play through. A couple of us were drafting Secrets of Strixhaven a little bit later yesterday, which is exactly where I was saying, like, yeah, no, like in terms of the potential to stream for Saturdays and Fridays in the summer, it's like, nah, like people want to hang out. Sun's out, summer is here, everybody's feeling social. People who are in like grad school or school don't have school, and people who are working, it's like your free time, you want to spend it just enjoying your time with people. Okay. How many of these? 10, so 5 each. I forgot to build my Gondor soldier this time. Sorry, buddy. I feel a great degree of pity for anybody who wants to build a bunch of these Gondor soldiers, any like mega rich people who like have these huge Lego collections and they just want a bunch of these Gondor soldiers. And I'm like, oh my gosh, getting multiple copies of this set just to get these guys, because these prints are all exclusive. They won't like be available anywhere. You can't just order the pieces for these. Probably, presumably, most likely. I guess I could be wrong about that, but I don't think I am. Okay. Well, maybe that means that there will be copies of Minas Tirith available on like eBay and places like that from people who just wanted the minifigures. Actually, I know there will be. I know there will be. I don't think the minifigures are really the draw in this set, though, which is kind of nice. Star Wars is constantly guilty about this. They're constantly putting out sets where, okay, we're making an X-Wing for the 40th time, but you have to get this because this is the first time we've ever made Glup Shido as a minifigure. And I'm like, I'm literally the most guilty person of this. They get me every time. Well, okay, I guess I can use another X-Wing, or oh, I guess I can make something interesting out of X-Wing number 44 because I want the Glup Shido minifigure. They know how to reel us in, hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, no, you know it. Everybody knows it. But then sometimes if I really don't need the ship, I'll sell it back on eBay or whatever, or I'll make something different out of it. And that's one area where I do kind of enjoy, how do they have this aligned like this? Where I do kind of enjoy making alternate builds of some of those sets. Haven't done one in a little bit. Probably the next one I'm going to be working on. This is super random, but there's a very old, the very first Jango Fett's Slave 1 Lego set. It's a bit big. It's actually closer to minifigure scale, but now I have other fire spray class vessels, so Boba Fett ships vessels that are in a smaller scale, more of like a half scale, which I think works better for like a play perspective. So I'm going to take that original one, and I was thinking of turning it into I think it's called the Mist Hunter, which is the ship that 4LOM and Zuckuss use in like super deep Star Wars lore. Which again, I say all that just to say, like, there's, you know, if you're like, I have to have whatever set for the minifigures, you can always like play around with what else can I build out of this. There are people on YouTube or Instagram and stuff who's like their entire like brand, their entire streaming brand or Lego brand is like taking sets and making alternate builds out of them. And I've talked before about how I really like alternate builds because then you're not paying for random extra parts that don't really have any value. Like when I finished that thing last week and I ordered like, I spent embarrassing amounts of money for finishing the, like I use the example of like making a driveway or whatever, or making a street corner so that it can go into my city. Those parts have functionally no extra value. Versus if I buy a Lego Star Wars set and, make an alternate build out of it, totally retains all its original value, which is much nicer. Here's a little pavilion or gazebo or something. Click. It's very nice. Or like I talked much earlier in the stream, I was talking about somebody who built Osgiliath out of Lego Rivendell. But then they weren't kind enough to share their build with everybody. It's okay. And I'll even buy people's instructions for alternate builds from time to time. Click. Click. Haha, Ogre Errant, that's Shrek, right? Yeah, that's the Shrek card. I love that. Ah, you're downsizing. That's a little different. Oh, I made a mistake somewhere, didn't I? I think I know where. Yeah, I think it must have been here. Yeah, it's good to go through and whether it's your Lego or your Magic or anything else that we collect, it's good to make sure that everything you have, you want to have. You have a reason to have. There we go. That was an easy fix. Yep. I've sold a bunch of stuff lately. I've sold a bunch of Lego that I was ready to part from, make space in the collection or so on. I keep trying to convince myself to sell out of Lego Minecraft, but that's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. But yeah, I've gotten rid of parts of like my Magic collection, stuff like that. Just more money to spend on whatever hobby you're currently super into, which I always think is nice. Down this goes, onto that pin that I pointed out earlier. Unless I did something wrong this time, which I might have. No. There it goes. Just a few more details left in this box. So here's a crate. It's randomly in there. Actually, Bagel, I was even going to do a little bit of magic work tonight. some looking at which of the mystical archives I still want to pick up from Strixhaven. But that was very ambitious of me, to think that I was not only going to get through this all, but then have an hour or so left in the evening. Like I said, since I seem to be, with the amount of detailing that's in this set, with the slightly reduced rate, it's like 30% down from what I'm typically used to for my speed builds on stream. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Here's a brazier. Just like on the other side. And a nice lantern. There we go. And that is the other gate. See if we can get a sense of the scale of it all. Probably not. Maybe if we go to the overhead. You can vaguely see, if I take my hands, I mean, no, we'd have to zoom out even farther. Yeah, it's about 25 inches wide, which is actually not that much bigger than I expected. It might even be a little smaller than I expected. Okay. Well, that finishes this up. So I'm guessing, oh, look at that. They're saying go all the way to instruction booklet number 2, which interestingly enough is actually going to require us to open up. No, it's not. Normally would require you to go cut open your second Lego box. But in our case, since we're going digitally here, we are not. Now the question is, yeah, so what is this? This is the Hall of Kings. I want to know where this instruction booklet finishes, so spoilers. It's all an interior hall. It's all an exterior facade. Okay. Whew. It's a long set. It's a long, long set. What I was strongly considering doing something a little bit ratchet, which was to actually skip and do bag 3 next. Okay, so here you have this. I'm looking for, there's a method to the madness. Hang on. So that's all outer. Oh my god. It looks like I'm going to be building like 20 more Gondor insignias. Incredible. We have the throne, then we have here, we have that gray level that looks like it's about 10 bricks up. All the way down here. Yes. Okay, we have that, we have that. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. We did this about 4 hours. So yeah, we're looking at actually less, maybe like three and a half. So we're looking at like 7 more hours, which is actually still finishing at midnight. So it looks like the bags are just bigger for this set. I'm not actually as below rate as I thought I was. And that makes sense. There's more pieces per bag because we have all these little pieces. Okay. This is actually doable. That's actually really interesting and possibly surprising. So since this is still doable, I'm not going to skip ahead the way I thought I was going to. But what I am going to do is I am going to go to one of our brand new timers. It's the food timer. So let's get this all out of the way. Press on the food timer and go have myself a little bit of dinner before we come back and do some more. That's out of the way. That's out of the way. We're at the top here. Still have those. A couple more bags from this box. All right, team. I am going to take about a 14-minute break. Let's show off the new food timer from Lego Batman. We'll be back. we're back. All right. Feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. About a third of the... So that was the 1/3 point right there. We're pretty much right on target. Like I said, it seems like the rate is low, but that's just because there's so many tiny pieces in the bags here, which is interesting they make that distinction. We're going to keep working on this thing. We're going to make this happen. This is actually totally doable. But I think we need a new playlist. I think it's time to switch back. Just going to hop over the boards. We're going to open up one of my absolute favorites, Coastal Magic Melodies. That's our pirate playlist. So let's make this happen. In fact, will I even turn it up a little bit on my side? Just a smidgen. Yep. Opening up instruction booklet number 2. And we've moved the gate out of the way. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got the waves. Stu Bagel knows what's up. And we're going to be starting, obviously, with another foundation for this middle section. So let's get the let's get the working from up top. Let's make it happen. Second, third. The Hall of Kings. I'll read this from my social one. At the apex, the Citadel's High Court, just below the White Tower, is the Hall of Kings, or Tower Hall. In this model, the hall starts at ground level and spans several levels, with lots of references to the scenes that take place here. Inside, the throne is flanked by statues of ancient kings. The architecture is recreated by tall pillars rising to carved capitals, an imitation carving of the white tree behind the stone. The smooth stone surfaces highlight the austerity and grandeur of the city. But there's a somber emptiness here, made abundantly clear when Pippin observes a despondent Denethor sitting at the foot of the empty throne, in the chair of the steward of Gondor. Funny enough, I just had a Cobb salad, and the first tomato that I popped in my mouth surprised me with a burst. So I'm feeling a little bit sympathetic for Denethor right now, but we'll keep that between us. No. I was like, no, I gotta get my pirates. I gotta get a little out of here. I know I need to be able to hear myself speak, but this playlist gets pretty banging once it gets going. So, wait, this is not. Is this the playlist I was looking for? Oh, hold on. Sorry. I started Coastal Magic Melodies. I meant to start Caribbean Pirate Adventure. Let's try that again. Here we go. All right, bag 13. Tiny bag, it looks like. Looks like we're going to be working on this foundation for a while here. Yeah, so anyway, the tomato got me, but it was a good Cobb salad. This is the smallest bag we've opened yet. All right, here we go. We got some inspiration to take us through the second, third. Pirate special. Listen, like I said, all these little things that I do, you build out this stuff, and then you can just use it. It's fun. It's fun to go into your library and be like, I built this playlist out. My music is not royalty-free, not exactly. It's I have a program called Upbeat, which I think advertises itself in my streams or in my stream description or something, where basically I pay to have access to all this different music that various different creators have put together. And none of it is AI music. There's AI software that generates the playlists to help me out, but the music itself is created by actual humans who are getting actually paid for my usage, which I think is great. And for me, it's a business expense. So everybody wins. And that is, I think that's kind of nice. The curation, I think having the curation done by AI is like a great use without having to put anybody particularly out of a job. All it's doing is saving me a few minutes of manually selecting between 1,000 different songs that I have available to me. I don't know how many songs are on Upbeat, probably like tens of thousands now. So this song is Coming After You by the artist that goes by R.A. Oh, thank you. There we go. Yeah, this I know. I've listened to this playlist quite a few times, so I'm like, I know, I know exactly where. There's like a cadence to it. It's got like some rise and fall and swells and. Just background noise. Again, it breaks up, especially like whenever I stop talking for a little bit because I'm working through something. Or even if we were like playing a video game, like sometimes you can't use the video game's own soundtracks. A lot of the time, like let's say I'm playing Minecraft might be an exception, but like let's say I've got Minecraft going or something like that. I probably need to turn the music down because the music is copyrighted, and then I could have like the video game sounds in the background. We'll have to do that when we're doing Guild Wars as well, which is... So yeah, having my own music then is useful. I'll probably need to put some playlists together for Guild Wars now that I'm thinking about it. So the exterior walls, we said, were about 25 inches wide. I'm guessing the interior here is going to be about 20 to 23. That's going to be pretty wide. That's going to be most of the space I have available. So this is going to get kind of spicy here as we keep going. Oh, yeah. Now I see why this bag is so small. It's because we're pulling all these... At the beginning of the stream, I mentioned we opened like some excess bags for parts that you're just going to be referring to repeatedly over time. We're grabbing all of those. Starting to make use of all of those now. The nicest part of that lunch break was standing the entire time. I suppose in theory it would have been technically possible to make this setup as like a giant standing desk, but no. Very laborious. Checking to make sure that I have this lined up correctly. Yeah, this is going to be pretty wide because that's probably the halfway point right there. Yeah, I also love the flavor text of the Magic Cards Stu Bagel. I'm like, they have some pretty clever writers even among their card design staff. It's nice. And I feel that Ravnica has some of the best because they know that we know the guilds, so they can really lean into it. Just like we were saying at the beginning of the first third, have to make sure that the actual foundation here is very stable. Looks like now we're going to be tiling off the floor here, which is nice. It's objectively going to be really funny if this exceeds my buildable area. I don't think anything has done that yet. I've had a few sets that, like, when fully built, were exceeded, like, the area I had to film them. Can't remember what the last one of those was. I need the base here to be something I can work with. So that's going to be a little bit troublesome. One of the problems when you have a large wide area that you're tiling off is it's a little bit trickier to keep up with the part dispersion per step, which is one of the things that actually makes me fast. But when we get to a wide flat area like this, suddenly I have to start either gathering all the pieces that are used in that step, which is what most sane people would do while building Lego, or at least placing them in an order first to last or last to first. That definitely slows me down a little bit here. That will end when we get a little bit deeper into the model. You know, it's like that when you it's like that when you get rid of anything. It's like that when you go through clothing donations too. Sometimes you need to, like, the longer you go on, you need to make more medium piles that you can go through over time. Then the other thing I've learned is never second guess, like never go back through. Oh, now we're gonna tile off everything. Okay, well, here we go. Like, if you've, like, set aside a bunch of clothes that you're gonna donate or something, then you open that back up, it's all over. It's all over, because you're going to be second-guessing everyone. You're like, oh, I actually liked that jacket. I actually liked that card. You got to be ruthless. Merciless. In the pursuit of freeing up your space. I feel like I'm building a Death Star here with all this tiled off or plated off area. Okay, here we go. Here comes the tiling. And I did that without a mistake, so not bad. Here's a nice printed piece with some, wait for the camera to focus, little rosette icons for the floor of the hallway. Again, very nice that they released this at this premium and don't appear to have included any stickers. Very pleasant. Now it's just like making a giant modular building on a 32 by 32 base plate. So a lot of placing tiles down like this, or tiles with jumper parts. So very familiar. This is tricky again. Here we go. 15. Starting to build up already, even though we haven't finished the other side, which is kind of interesting to me. All right. Oh, yeah. All this very ornate, these pillars and things like this. I would have thought we would finish the other half of the model here before we would be doing all this intricate work, but it's actually probably because this is about a foot square, so they're letting you work in a foot square area and get it all kind of built up before we expand over to the next side, which is definitely a little bit useful. It keeps it a bit more manageable, both from the space profile and also just like literally in terms of what you can reach at any given time. Wow, we're literally adding detail work here already. Okay. You're the boss, LEGO designers. I trust you. Yeah, the other thing that's going to happen is as we start building this vertically upward, at some point my hands are going to be entirely off the screen. Up, 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 up. I guess the top-down camera will be able to see more longer. Yeah, we just keep building up. Stop! Go to... Take us back! Getting imbalanced. I have a suspicion about what this might be. Because one of the things that I was hoping for was, since they have that dGrond mini build that we started off the stream with, that we would get a nice breakable wall that we could use it on. And certainly none of the outer walls were very breakable, which makes sense. This is an adult set. It's not really supposed to have a lot of play features. This is not it either. Yeah, I guess we're not going to get one. That's a fun modification that could be done, but I imagine most folks aren't getting this as a play set at all, just as a display set. And even with the way that I talked about using it, where I said all of my mountains are tucked pretty far back there in the display. They're way in the back left edge, with a bunch, with like 10 by 10 square feet of forest and residential in front of them in that order. So I won't be accessing this very much at all. But it's tall enough that I don't need to, that I don't mind, that it doesn't matter. What are they doing here? Up. Okay, what was our Gondor insignia count? 28, I think. So this is 29, 30. This is going to be such a funny Instagram post. It really is. I guess the next question from a Lord of the Rings lore perspective is if we're going to do a build of the White Tree of Gondor itself at any point here in this courtyard or anything. I don't know. If I didn't notice it on my casual look through the instructions when we looked ahead here to see what we were doing, I guess we'll find out. Going. That's here. This is here. Bag 16. Looks like we might be working on a side build for a second here. Yeah, we're working on the other half. Okay, so now they've stopped going vertical for a second to fill out the second half of the base, which makes sense. Or at least they're heading in that direction. Placing this down so it can stay flush. I think we might be building the throne right now. Suspicious that is what this is. Yep. Oh, this is wider than I thought. Yeah, I'm literally going to run out of room to actually work on this. Okay. We will be using the entire width of my area. I also love Doom Dissenter. It's a fun one. And tile off this. It's fun. It's fun to go through a collection and rediscover old stuff that you forgot. And also, like, I'm a firm believer that you don't need to be... It's kind of like books on a bookshelf. Books can just be on a bookshelf. Like, you don't have to, like, have read every book on your bookshelf or have a plan to read every book on your bookshelf. Sometimes it's nice just to have certain things because, you know, their very existence is pleasing. Something like that. This is so big. But it's not very deep. It's not very deep. It's actually only about 12 inches deep, which is going to make it a little bit easier as long as we don't have to flip it around too frequently. Bag 17. We're almost going to have to open up that second big box of bags and sort them. Not quite yet, but soon. And we're somehow back to building upward. We are on bag. We're a little past We're significantly past a third of the way done. We're significantly past a third of the way done. That's where I would say we're at right now. So we're on track to finish. It's gonna be hell. It's gonna be like mega energy consuming, but it is 100% conceivable that we finish right at midnight Eastern. I've already had dinner. I'll probably do like a touch. What I would love to do is do like a touch grass break, which I have another background stored up for. Probably right before the sun finishes setting, which I forget, that's like 8. Something like that. But no, we're doing great. So actually, in theory, we have placed somewhere in the vicinity of, if I had to ballpark, about 3,500 Lego parts today. 3,800-ish if you include the work on dGrond at the beginning, which we should. So it's insane. Like I said, I've never done a stream quite like this before. I actually think I may have had one stream early on that was a little longer than five hours, but like, yeah, no, but it's it's somehow different when, like, you know. Oh, what are we doing here? It's different when you know that the end point is coming, like that. There we go. Versus here, where I'm like, the end is nowhere in sight. But you know, I'm having a good time. Like, again, I do this not just because, like, oh, content, but I'm like, no, this is objectively very fun to build. And it's also exciting and fun for me to know that it's not going to be it's not going to, like, contribute to a big backlog. I'm not going to have this laying around half-built for weeks and weeks. Again, if we finish it tonight, it won't even be laying around half-built for 1 week. It will be laying around totally built for time. So that's what the pace is looking like right now. It's looking like we'll go till right about midnight Eastern. And I'm feeling good. I should probably research how much Celsius a person can have in a day before it's going to kill them, but just having small sips. Maybe I'll look at that on my next little 5-minute break here in a second. But, like, I'm having a good time. Again, as soon as you get away from the foundation, I really enjoy the building. And so I think they're doing a pretty good job of breaking up the build. I'm enjoying thinking about how it's going to get filtered into the city. It's just good. It's a good set. I think it's just really, really magnificent. The gate is nice, but I think that this central section is just really, really going to look good. Kind of taking a moment to think through my, thinking about my backlog again, sort of what the order is that I'm building various things. Which, of course, is making me quiet because my mind is off somewhere else, but that's fine. It's like autopilot. The hands just take over. They just kind of go. And again, it really helps that, like, my responsibilities are generally clear. Like, it's not like I'm waiting around going, oh no, I'm gonna, you know, I'm not rushing to finish this because it's gonna get in the way of anything in life, which is very nice. Oh, that's a nice little corridor we've made here. You can see that in the top right camera. This song always makes me think of Stardew Valley. Yeah, whenever I start to accumulate sets that are non-complex, except no additional parts sets, I'm always kind of looking around, going like, is there any other time during the cadence of my week to work on putting these together that isn't eating into stream time? But I think the answer is not really. I mean, for a normal day, I have my Sunday evenings pretty effectively. Okay, let's flatten this out. Like so. But like even just things like keeping track of what like extra parts I have and sorting them away. Like for the house that I built last week, I ordered a bunch of these little pieces in green. That's the grass pieces, which is expensive. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I have a couple hundred of those laying around from like previous orders, but it's hard to keep up with that stuff. There's not a particularly great time in the cadence of the week for me to go through and do that kind of sorting and analysis. I guess that's Saturdays. I guess that's when I have free Saturdays, especially in like the very middle of the day, which I haven't had for a little while and won't have for a little while yet. But as long as the main sets, again, the way I look at it, as long as the Lego that leaves my, my junk piles and stuff and heads toward the city and out of the way, as long as there's a positive rate there, I generally tend to feel pretty okay with how it's all going. All right, this goes down here. These are beautiful. I mean, look at, should we switch that over yet? Not quite yet. We still have more to the side to work on. But the marbling, yeah, look in the top right at the white and black, the marble of this. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful how they're assembling this. There was the end of the... So now we can go... So the pirate playlist just ended. So now we can go into Coastal Magic Melodies. Calm down a little bit. We don't need a burst of energy at this exact second. Well, I guess it's break time, actually, but I'll finish this bag first, because we're reasonably close here. Yeah, this is very well done. I'm seeing the vision of what they've done with this set. It's very, very nice. The vision is nice. Bunch of extra pieces there. All right. 6:02 Eastern. Time to take take 5. I'll be back in a sec. There we go. So yeah, normally I wouldn't have to be being quite so regimented with like the breaks and the timers and everything. But again, that if I was doing just a normal like 4-hour stream, it's different. It's fine if I power through it or have like 1 or 2 breaks or whatever. But like here, it's part of making sure my body stays totally operational and the rest of the week isn't absolutely hell, which anytime you're doing a stream that's that long, it's probably going to be, but you try to minimize it as much as you can. Anyway, onward. Again, so here's the POV camera. Look at how beautiful the marbling is. This is the back of the model, for heck's sake. The front is going to be lovely. So here's our aerial again, and we're moving on to bag 18. Looks like we're still building upward rather than finishing out the second half of the floor here. And after this bag, we actually have to hop up and open up the second whole box of parts, which is kind of cool. Which also means my working space is going to be flooded with baggies again. That's all right. More parts, the merrier. All systems are holding up pretty well. I spent a lot of time, so I moved here. I moved in, like basically the first day of April. But it wasn't until May that I actually got back to streaming, and that was basically because it took me a while to get the internet fully stable here, and now it's phenomenal. Like we came and we hand wired it to be really good. I mean, the fact that we've gone 5.5 hours without basically even a dip is pretty awesome. But like originally it wasn't like that, and I was like, that's not something that we can actually, we can't have that if we're in the middle of a stream. We can't be dropping constantly. So it's good. Sometimes the effort pays off. Now we have a bunch of beautiful printed tiles of the white tree. You're not going to be able, oh yeah, you can see that pretty well. This song, it like almost makes me think of something, but I can't. It's like at the edge of my consciousness. I don't know, maybe a sad moment in an anime or something like that. But I think there's almost something more specific. I don't know. That was a particularly nice little break right there. That one was. Designers say this new Lego wig element with a crown is designed for the King of Gondor statues. So here's one.
second edition. Go up to the third. It's probably a load-bearing pillar right there. Yep. That's probably going to hold quite a bit of weight, so we were making sure to get that lined up very well. And now we seem to be building upward again. Time for a support beam. Big wide support beam. Part of the problem here is I keep having to move my hands out of the way so I can actually see all the little pieces that I'm working with, and that's because everything's closer to me than it would be. The model is so wide, it has to be. There we go. Yep, and that's the load-bearing pillar like we thought. Pretty solid. Pretty solid. Here we go. This is always a telltale sign when you're building a model on such a large space profile as this. When you start placing large flat sections, you know that what you're doing is you're preparing for where the next part of the model will rest, telling us that we are a little under halfway through this middle section here. We still have to build out the middle of the middle and the right of the middle, but we're getting somewhere. Like I said, the build is very enjoyable right now. Where is this guy? Up here. The build is very enjoyable. It's just a really solid experience. And I keep looking up in the top right corner and seeing just that you can already see this coming together with the black and white. It's very, very striking. And we'll finish off these arches with these nice round black tiles. There. Beautiful. Look at that. Very beautiful. And over here as well. And that takes us to bag 19, which means we have to open up a whole box of more parts. So I'll be right back. We're in. We've opened up the whole second bag of parts, and this took us from 19 all the way to 40. Or was it 39? I think it was 40. I've already forgotten. Point is, we are well past the 1/3 mark and approaching swiftly the halfway mark, although I'm not entirely sure where it will be. The 2/3 mark will be a little bit clearer. So off we go to bag 19. And it looks like what we're making here is a massive central pillar that's going to cut through the entire build. So this will be pretty straightforward, almost like building a little rocket or something. Thank you. Trust me, I'm expecting all of you who are on the East Coast or Central Time to disengage well before we reach that point. But for me, each milestone takes us a little bit closer to the fleeting gasp of victory. Again, normally I would be an hour and a half done with streaming already. I'd be totally off to, Sunday tasks, preparing for the upcoming week. But no, we're locked in. We are so locked in. Make sure I don't mess this pillar up too. We'll see how this is going to work. I mean, if I was sane, that would have been a great stopping point, but I don't recall pleading sanity. I'm listening to my body for sure. No need to cause any issues, but for now it all seems to be pretty much fine. This is here. The one thing I will say is I don't know that I've really noticed a whole lot of particularly interesting building techniques. Like, the overall experience of the build is very striking, especially when we look at the close-up and we see sort of the beautiful white and black contrast. But yeah, nothing individually. There are many sets I look at that have play features or particular builds that I'm like, wow, it's really incredible what they did there. This hasn't really been like that, which is fine. I don't expect it to be. I just expect it to look phenomenal once it's done. It's a display piece. But yeah. All right, another 12 of these, so one. That's no good. Normally with a giant pillar like this, you would see a central connecting axle running through it from top to bottom so that it didn't flop over like just happened there. I'm actually kind of surprised we didn't get that this time, because it would not have been that hard for them to do. It makes me wonder if there's a reason why they didn't go for it, which we'll see once we see how these black sections are going to connect to anything else. I'm not even quite sure where this goes. Presumably in the center, but I don't know where exactly. Ah. That is not where I expected. So it connects here. Okay. Another large ×2 section here. That's a new piece for me. A 1x2 long cheese slope. I've only seen those with cutouts. I've never seen one solid. So that's kind of nice. In fact, that might be the first completely new mold that I've seen for this set. I'm not really counting those Kings of Gondor hair that they were talking about earlier. Because, of course, there's always going to be new minifigure parts. But in terms of a new usable, buildable mold, that's a little different and interesting. Yeah, of course, these go like so. Very large pillars. And that would be why there's not a central shaft, because you have this outside, these outside plates connecting it. Although they're not as strong as if there had been a... They could have made that stronger. Disappointing. And already on to bag 20. That was a small one. Okay, it looks like at long last we are moving to the other side of the foundation. So I'm going to set this, do something unusual, and set this right on the floor by me. I won't be needing that for a little while at least. And once I do need it, that's going to be the rest of my space pretty much taken up. So better put it off for as long as I can. It's funny, if you look at the screen now, it's like, okay, starting over. It's only been 5 hours and 30 minutes, but, you know, starting fresh. No, don't even say such a thing. Don't even think it. Just starting the other half. First time through, I actually messed up this section just a little bit. But now, We're doing it for the second time here, so it's a lot clearer. It's just a mirror build at the end of the day. There we go. And then it's all coming together as the base of the second half of the foundation. Making sure to get these nice and flush again, since this is sort of what everything else is built up on top of. And we have a little bit of Technic that we're going to use here as well, which is interesting. Ugh, they want us to connect it already. So much for my free space. In fact, I think that means I need to move the gate off the desk entirely. So, let's see. I don't love putting this stuff on the floor, but I'm like, I just need to, I'm out of width here. I just need to place it somewhere. There we go. And here's that other section. So there, now you can get the sense of exactly how wide this is. Actually, you really can't. Not from there. So we'll start it and we'll scroll it like this. So starting from here, that's to the end. So here's our midway point, and it goes about a foot. It's about, yeah, like I said, it's about 25 inches wide at this point. It's long. It's a lot. All right, so now they want us, of course, to really sturdily connect this, which would be killing me if this was built on an angle like that gate was. But here, this is actually going to be just fine, because we're not really going to modify most of this here. It's pretty much just the gate that we're going to be futzing around with on the bag 21. So now, that's going to go kind of like so. Since now we're working on either side, I'm going to have all my big pieces over to the left and sort of my small pieces in the center. Time to tile this off again. That's only attached by one stud right now. It's not very sturdy. But then we're going to flip it back around and we get to the rest of it. Like so. Using my free space inch by inch here. I'm actually going to point my POV camera more like this. That's pretty neat. Yeah. That's very neat. Nice and flush once again. Huh. So this is an Easter egg that we're hiding in the set here. The One Ring has a will of its own. It betrayed Isildur, and some things that should not have been forgotten were lost. So it has us hiding the ring under the water here, which is not exactly... It's just an Easter egg. It's kind of fun. Too far. There we go. I'm over here thinking we're definitely in the halfway zone. I don't know how close to halfway we actually are. And it's going to be tricky to know without opening up that third box of parts that's back there. Whoops, I messed this up. And I'm realizing now I am running pretty close to on fumes here, at least as far as streaming. I could build for a while, but I have to make a decision about whether I'm going to continue pushing this forward. I mean, it's kind of neat to see how the build process goes for this long. But what I think we're probably going to do is finish out this bag. I might still finish the thing tonight. I'm just not sure it's going to be on the stream. And then we'll come back, like I said, at some point later in the week or over the weekend. And that's where we'll take a look at that gate again and really start to figure out how to undo the angle that was going on there. But yeah, I'm over here feeling like I've worked a work day. So it's been a little bit of something. So let's finish up this bag 21 that we've got here. I think that we're right about at the halfway point, if I'm not totally crazy, which is pretty cool. 4,000 Lego pieces placed in one day is definitely a personal, like, I don't think I've ever come anywhere close to that. And I've done a lot. So, it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. Some more of this water leaking out. I like this song. This is another one of my favorites. It's giving Street Fighter, actually. And time to tile this off. Oh boy, here we go. We remember doing this the first side. Interesting. I seem to be missing. Oh, I see it. Or I saw it for a second there. I literally saw it sliding around. There we go. 21 bags before I almost tossed a piece is pretty good. Pretty good rate there. There it is. It was like I missed something again. Got it. And over here as well. This is interesting. I don't know that I've ever seen a Lego instruction page divided not at the halfway mark. This is like at the 40% mark. Kind of challenging to follow, actually. Surprised they did it that way. It's actually one of the more interesting things that I've seen, because they usually have some templating standards that they pretty strictly follow. And this is not within what I would consider the usual boundaries of those templating standards, but okay, what do I know? It's also interesting that we got 2 extra copies of the One Ring, unless I forgot to put it in there or something, but I don't think I did. Let's find out. No, I did not forget, so they were just really, really wanted to ensure that you actually get that piece. I'm sure that's the kind of piece that people would definitely be calling in saying, oh, I didn't get this in my set. Da, da, da. 1, 2. And this goes in here, and those are extra pieces. So that takes us to bag 22. And this is pretty much exactly our halfway point. We have been doing some serious hard work today on this. I think as far as streaming it, let's change the point of view again. This would be about time for another break for me. I think as far as streaming it is concerned, this is about what we can do for today. And we're going to call it. So thanks to all you guys that were able to join and kind of watch us go through this. It's a pretty awesome set. I'm not finding the build to be very tedious or repetitive at all, except for those Gondor insignias, as we were talking about. I think we said we were up to 30 of them. Gosh. But I'm looking forward to the second half of the build. I'm going to take some time to think about whether that's going to be still on stream or elsewhere. But I do this every Sunday, at least a Lego building, and I stream various other things at different points through the week. So I'm grateful to everybody who hopped by and joined today. We're just shy of 6 hours this time. And I'm really looking forward to seeing more folks around. Hope everybody has a great remainder of your Sunday, and we will catch you soon. Also, before I quit, here's the new Gotta Go Touch Grass timer. Here we go. We've got Frodo trancing his way through the Shire.